Hello, everyone. I'm Captain Logan.
I'm Eric.
And today we're going to do something we've never done before. Eric, this is absolutely unprecedented. Today, we're going to do a marathon, a live marathon, where we're going to be watching one of my very favorite shows, or at least an iteration of one of my favorite things. It's The Tick. We're going to watch the entire 9-episode live-action Patrick Warburton series. Our patrons, and I don't know, or actually a couple of our patrons, I don't know if they want their names mentioned, so we're not going to do that, but I want to thank these guys so much for supporting us and for kicking us over our latest Patreon goal. What we're doing with goals now, in case you're interested, is every $50 when we get to a new goal, we're going to do one of these marathons, 3-4 hours, or however long it makes sense to do one of these. Like I said, with The Tick, we're just going to knock the whole thing out, so 3.5 hours is about what it'll take, and we're going to watch all of them. And whoever gets us over that hurdle, that person gets to decide what we do. We had 2 people that helped us simultaneously, which is why they got to kind of pick together. And so we're talking about The Tick tonight. And Eric, this is a thing that I have never done a commentary on, and that I've never done a rewind on. Years back when we did Tick Month, I had every intention of doing the show, and time got away from me, and I didn't get around to doing it. So tonight, live, talking about it while we're watching it, and we'll let everybody know as we go along kind of where we are, and try to
take slight breaks between episodes.
And we'll take slight breaks between episodes, and we'll let you guys, as much as humanly possible, follow along with us. Obviously, if you watch this after the fact, it'll be a little bit easier because you can pause us and get things synced up. But if you're watching this right now, and we have a few people watching live. This is at midnight, so I wasn't expecting a big crowd, and it's The Tick, and not everybody is, you know, a big Tick fan like we are, or like I am.
Yeah, this is kind of my Tick.
Yeah. This is the one Eric knows, and the one that Eric's seen all of.
Mm-hmm.
So here it is right now, midnight. This is going to be probably a fun, goofy experiment. And this doesn't mean that down the road I won't come back and do something else on this show. But we'll see how it goes. We're going to have a good time. So gear up if you're going to watch with us the first episode of the Patrick Warburton Tick series. Eric, I don't believe this is anywhere. I was looking for it.
It used to be on Netflix. I don't think
it hasn't been in a long time. It's not on Hulu. It's not on Amazon. So you're going to have to own it if you're going to watch it with us, unless you have it some other magical way that I don't know of. So anyway, grab your DVD out and get synced up and ready. We're going to stall for just a minute to give everybody a chance to do that in case you haven't already, because these are obnoxious, Eric. I don't know if you remember this, but they have like 4 stupid disclaimers that come up before every episode. It's a Fox DVD, yeah, to get theirs rigged up, and we'll have to do that for each of these. So what I'll ask you to do is get it past the menus, but also get it past those stupid disclaimers, and then pause it at timestamp 0 and get ready to press play at timestamp 0. Sorry, what's that?
This is for episode 1.
For episode 1, yes. I should also mention that we'll be watching these in DVD order, not aired order, neither of which is the correct order. Or at least there's no knowing what the correct order is.
Just but episode 2 is clearly not episode 2.
One thing I can be sure of is that a year is not supposed to have passed between episodes 1 and episode 2. We'll talk about that when we get to The Terror. And this will be kind of fun. Yeah, I can maybe doing a little bit of comparing and contrast here and there to what we've seen so far of the new show and stuff like that. Hi, Red Letter and Tilly's good to see you. Hi, David Crabtree. Who else do I see? That dope channel is here. Eamon O'Brien. Hi there. Good to see you guys. We'll get started here in just a minute. Eric, I didn't buy it because there was no reason to, except that I'm a massive crazy Tick collector, and I might just for the sake of completion.
Did they re-release this?
No, well, I don't know. I found another version of with a different cover today at the Half Price bookstore, and it has the logo on the side. The entire series part is in green, and then on the back it has a totally different back, and it has like they're standing, like our characters are standing on a floor that's like screenshots from the show, but no special features, or at least no special features listed.
A cheapo release that we did later.
It's either that or it's another region. I didn't check. I guess it's possible it's from overseas. But it was only $5. I thought about grabbing it just because it's weird. For it, I don't know yet.
We'll come back for you.
Threxor132, good to see you. Frequent new Newt45. Got a few more people here. Okay, I hope everybody's ready. Got first episode rigged up to timestamp 0 and turn on subtitles. That's always helpful. Makes it easier for all of us to read what's going on, since we're going to be irritating and talk over it. That's the whole idea. So nobody get irritated. Nobody get annoyed about that. Okay.
This. Just silent.
Just yeah. We'll just okay. So
we'll all take a moment here and watch this completely silent.
Absolutely, and then we'll and then afterwards we'll talk about it for a minute. That'll be our break in between. What'd you think of that? That's pretty good. Let's watch the next one. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be, you know what it'll be? It'll be like purest form of a reaction video. That's what it'll be. It'll just be us going. and then we'll go into the rest of the episode.
We seem off. We just finished 2 episodes of Luke Cage.
Yes.
So it might take us a little bit to get into the groove.
We might take it too seriously. That's possible. We might comment more on the soundtrack than we would generally be apt to do. Although this show, I will certainly comment on that.
The soundtrack is as good as Luke Cage.
Here and there. No, it won't.
Nope, it's still not as good as Luke Cage.
Let's not compare this show to Luke Cage. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. David Crabtree is commenting on your haircut, saying you have a nice haircut. I agree. Good job, Eric. Way to get a haircut. And now, DeMarcus Pittman is a name I don't recognize. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. He says he's a big fan of our show, and I appreciate you watching. Thanks so much. We're gonna have a good time together, folks. Here we go. You are. Please press play right now.
As political as Luke Cage.
That's true. So when did you finally watch the show for the first time, Eric?
I'm trying to figure out if it's before I start before I start YouTube, or a little bit after. I think it's before I start YouTube.
Look, a bus. Oh, hey, a bus. Excuse me.
I just randomly find it, I think. It's on, and I don't really know it as like a reputation.
Interesting story about this. Of course, I was anticipating this really hard. I was a sophomore in high school when this came out, and I was already a giant Tick fan. Couldn't wait to see this. Couldn't believe we were doing it live action. I used to have arguments with or discussions with my stepdad about whether or not they could or would even attempt Chairface in this show, and
a conversation that I've witnessed you have again.
That's true. He and I just talked about the very same thing with the new live action series, and oh, by the way, that coffee has a price, and that price has been paid. Anyway, this is fun. I'm so excited to do this. So, a friend of mine calls me up 8 o'clock on Wednesday, whenever this, I think it was Wednesday the show aired, I forget when this came out, and she goes, friends, even before I was called Captain Logan, called me Captain Logan. She's like, Captain Logan, you got to turn on a Fox. The Tick show is on. And somehow or other, I missed what the air date was going to be. That's how messed up Fox was with this whole thing. And immediately turned the TV on, and I missed the first minute of it. But I managed to watch it and tape it while it was on first time. And even through the mask, Patrick Warburton looks a lot younger. I always thought the blue eyebrows were kind of a good touch.
Yeah. Well, and I remember thinking it was really weird when I first saw this that you didn't have the full mask. But how we felt about the newer series, do this with a full mask. I don't know if it would work as well. And he's a real facial actor.
And I was a little bit unsure about it and put off with it initially with the new show, just because I could tell that Sarah Nifowitz was doing stuff behind, that mask that we couldn't see, but he does a lot with his mouth. Mm. And this is one of my favorite quotable lines from. That would get us a copyright flag or possibly a strike. So we're asking folks to find some way to watch it with us if you can. And like always, we'll try to provide context to make this as interesting as we possibly can if you're not able to watch the show with us. But we are going to talk while we're watching this. There's Christopher Lloyd. This was a favor he cashed in that Barry Sonnenfeld cashed in. I kind of like the gag of how much his time is worth because he's doing a favor and coming in and doing this real quick one day.
So is this your introduction to Patrick Warburton?
It is.
Okay.
Because I didn't see that Disney movie he was in.
Well, and
wasn't that before this, like a year or two?
Maybe.
I can't remember. I think it was before.
I know him, and I'm sure you know it, or I'm sure most people knew him coming into this as Putty on Seinfeld. He is a reoccurring character on Seinfeld.
And I'm not a Seinfeld fan, so I never watched that.
Maybe if you want to be a superhero, you don't go to work dressed as a superhero. Secret identity's a thing.
Yeah. Arthur looks a lot more obsessed. Well, maybe just as obsessed as he actually is. But of course, he's supposed to be the closest thing to a straight man we have in this show. And I guess it's just you're supposed to wear a costume because you're in a comic book thing, and costumes are a thing.
He's got his costume!
Eric has this thing about costumes. I was making fun of him really hard because he was losing his mind earlier when we were watching Luke Cage. Well, I don't want to give anything away. If you haven't,
there is a costume in Luke Cage.
There is kind of a
costume.
And
I kind of lost my mind over it, and he was giving me crap.
I was talking about I was going to punch him in the mouth, but I won't. Although, if we, here and I'm, drinking beer and stuff, it could happen.
So, until recently, this is the only.
Are you going to talk about Metcalf?
Yeah, this is the only. This is the only context I had for the word name Metcalf. We live right next to a street called Metcalf.
Right off of Metcalf.
And I made jokes for a couple of days, and I got used to it.
Oh, good job, Eric. Now people are going to be able to put things together and figure out where I live.
Oh, I'm sorry.
God. Good job.
He's trying to Metcalf me.
20 likes and Cap punches Cap. Well, Red Letter Tilly's, I think you mean Eric, but, oh, yeah, you just said, but, yeah, 20 likes, I'll punch myself, sure. Happy to do it.
It'll be the Cap versus the Cap.
I always
great looking city.
Yeah, the green screen wasn't great though. I never really noticed that.
I said that's not a great looking city.
Oh, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Is liked. Oh, okay. So this guy, this superhero's name, whatever it is, starts with a C, and he always says crap, and I think that's hilarious.
I think his costume
he has a name. I
is
think,
a little bit
but
like
it's not actually in the show.
The Flaming Carrots. It might
Maybe
be
so.
an homage to that.
He's Captain something rather, and I think it's something based on. I can't remember now. Notice we serve superheroes. I never noticed that sign before. I want that sign. I want to open a bar and put that sign in it. Go ahead.
That suggests that there are bars that do not serve superheroes.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting. I always wish we'd kind of do something with that, where because we know that it's a community that a lot of people don't take seriously because of the way Dot and the way Dot and her family treats him or treats Arthur.
Well, and that's
one token roof jump shot in the whole show, but we got it.
I like this. Completely different than the show, the animated series. Superheroes are a little bit more respected than that.
Yeah, sure. For kind of variety of competency.
Yeah.
This is notably a really difficult effect, apparently, according to the producers. Getting it to come out was hard enough. Getting it to go back in was like impossible.
Is it just reverse footage? Because it looks like reverse footage.
I think it's reverse footage, yeah. This is not what the Red Scare is in the comics?
So I love that that is just one of those weird toys that no one knows what they're called from the 90s.
Oh, is it?
Those like gyrating weird ball things. It's just painted metallic.
You think they'd have sold more of them if that's what they called them? Gyrating weird ball thingies?
Well, I mean, they couldn't have sold any worse. Nobody knows what they're called.
It's like, yeah.
Anyone in the comments knows what they're called.
They look like giant everlasting gobstoppers that are unedible. They're inedible. That's what they...
And they're colored like everlasting gobstoppers.
Yeah, with the flashing button and everything. I always love that shot with those guys. One of one of my issues with the show, Eric, is I think out the gate. Oh, Fushigi. Is that what they're called? That dope channel is asking if it's called a fushigi. Oh, and then says never mind. So I suppose we will never mind, unless that's what it is. I always thought that this show sold itself a little bit too good at the beginning, Eric. It's a sitcom. Doesn't look like one right now.
No.
That's always been my big issue with it, is that it's billed as a sitcom.
After this are more sitcom.
It really looks like it. I mean, that's how you get off with all of this, or how you get away with all of this off-screen fighting at the beginning of this.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, knowing it's a sitcom makes the pilot better, but it also makes it kind of falsely advertised in a way, or falsely presented at the beginning.
See, look, it's totally just one of those things.
Like, this pilot is more for me, I feel like, than it is for the audience that's actually coming in for the show, and seems to be nobody's favorite episode but mine.
It's not mine.
I love the pilot. I think it's wonderful.
I mean, I really like it. It's not my favorite episode though. I thought it's not yours either.
It's a tie. I have a hard time putting anything above this. GG just happened to be up this way so that he could step on it. This is the funniest thing ever with the symbol.
What were we watching the other day where someone says, unironically, heavens to Betsy?
What was it?
Is it Poltergeist?
It's Poltergeist. No, it's not. It's a Poltergeist. Somebody said heavens to Betsy. No, it was, I know what it was. It was in, Misery.
Oh, yeah, in Misery, she says heavens to Betsy.
That's right. Okay, apparently we're at 19 thumbs up, so I'm going to have to punch myself pretty soon.
Oh, no.
Oh, I better have some more Jacko Traveler Pumpkin Shady then.
If they want to sponsor us, that's totally cool. Also, Pure Aqua.
This is that's not going to get you drunk. I'm kidding. I'm not trying to get drunk. This is a scene that is recreated from the cartoon show, but made, of course, more adult and a little lewder. When we first meet American Maid and Deflator Mouse, it's this way, both on a roof. Of course, that's the thing Eric says all the time.
I say it all the time.
And that's one of the reasons that I can't put much above this episode, right?
Yeah.
Because too much of it's quotable.
But I have that with everything with Batman. Well, I think he's the breakout star of this show, and even bad episodes have quotable Batman well lines.
Amadeus, he's a dead person. Falco died. We will occasionally do those kinds of pop culture references in this show and date it like that. But we don't do it a lot. There's not a ton of it.
And this is the only episode where she has this costume, because there's, I think, a scene where it's kind of revealing.
What's different about it later?
Oh, there's an outline around her star, because there's a point where you can see her nipples.
Yeah. I never realized
from
that.
episode one to the rest of them.
Okay, but it's still, of course, the star is still shaped like that.
Yeah,
and
but
around
we
the chest
put
area.
a big white outline around it.
I never noticed that.
I'm gonna see if I can figure out what scene you can see her nipples, because why?
Because, of course, you were looking for that when you heard about it, and then...
I think they mentioned it on the commentary.
I enjoy how confused the Tick is about sex.
Well, Warburton described his version of the Tick as like a baby who's fascinated by like everything and it's all new to him.
Yeah, that dope channel. I realize this is supposed to be a kid-friendly channel. I do the best I can with what I have to work with.
I swear, I'm bringing up things about the material.
And somebody else just said, "Look, you can say nipple, okay? Like, it's a body part. It's Wow, what happened to that door? Okay, folks. So it's time for me to punch myself. We're already past 20, so I got. How hard am I gonna punch myself? Like, and why am I like punching for likes? Why is that a thing? It's not like, you know what I should have done? I should have punched for pledges. That's what I should have done. I should have been like, look, we get $5 this evening on Patreon, and I'll punch myself. Okay, fine. I'll punch myself now, and then we'll do that.
You didn't agree to this. They said it.
No, it's true, but I'm a nice guy. I am. No, 3 teeth are not going to come out. You're not even going to get
likes
one.
And I'll punch Cap.
Well, to quote the Arthur from the animated series, not in the face, not in the face. All right, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, probably just gentlemen, but you know, just in case there's any ladies in the audience right now. Arthur.
If there's any ladies offended by the fact that I said nipple, I'm sorry. That's a funny word. It loses all meaning when you keep saying it.
That dope channel said he will legitimately pledge $5 right now if I slapped you in the face.
That channel doesn't seem so dope.
That dope channel says that they are a woman. I don't know if that person is joking or not, but might be a woman. I don't know. It's hard to tell when folks are. I just know that we have a small percentage of female viewers, but I do know we have, of course, some ladies that watch us. He says not really. So we do this scene in every iteration, and now we have 4 of them.
Yep. And
it's great.
But to my surprise, reading the Tick comics semi-recently, it doesn't happen until like issue 5, I think.
That's right. Yeah, and if you're not watching, we're talking about the scene where the Tick comes to Arthur's apartment for the first time and is trying to find the secret headquarters trigger. The new series is the only one that doesn't have the couch turns into a bed. With, oh cool, your wall is a crime lab.
When I think about it, that actually makes more sense in the context of when the original comics came out, because Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, and they have that, where their whole living room flips over and becomes like a crime lab of some kind.
There's an episode of the animated series which is called The Tick versus Arthur's Bank Account, where the Tick is maxing out Arthur's credit cards, trying to increase their apparatus. And he talks about, no, this is not where we get that. You've actually seen the episode, it's Heroes, where he talks about, but that's a callback to that episode, where he talks about how he wants to change their kitchen so that it can it can launch through the roof.
Yeah.
The roof comes out, we launch it, and then next time evil catches us with our pants down, it'll get a face full of kitchen. You see, Arthur, you thwart. This is where we get really wonderfully absurd. Jimmy Carter is in town. Heavens to Betsy, what are the odds?
It's actually not that unlikely, right?
And Jimmy needs us now more than ever.
They were getting the Red Scare. They were going to use it to go after Jimmy Carter? Or is it just that
no,
originally programmed?
Because then, yeah, that's what he's originally.
I have no money.
No, it actually is intentionally hilariously coincidental, Eric, because it's programmed originally to kill Jimmy Carter because of the time period. And they were just going to use it to assassinate the Postmaster General and take over the Postal Service. They just didn't have their sights set real high.
Have you ever been in an elevator that actually has like lights like that?
I don't think I have, but of course that's a real old school kind of elevator.
Yeah, all the elevators I have, they'll have them like this.
Really fun bit of minimalism. I mean, of course, all you're doing is flashing lights outside, and it kind of creates the illusion that you're moving.
It's very Star Trek-y.
And in a particular
TOS effect.
Except there it's like a Wonkavator, where sometimes it goes this way, so you know that we're moving all throughout the ship.
I think you mean the Wonkavator is in effect like the Star Trek TOS.
Except the turbo lifts never have a car that shoots out the top of the ship and spins around, and you can see your house from here.
You know, starting to crush someone's skull and telling them that you believe in them, that seems like something that you would do more often.
Greg Peck says, I should have asked this about 20 minutes ago, but having never seen the show, I have no idea what they're talking about.
That's not a question.
It's not a question. Yeah, what would you like to know? We're watching the first episode of The Tick, and currently our timestamp is around 1733. So if you want to jump in and try to find where we're at and watch it with us, unless you don't have it or you can't find it anyway. Seeing that we don't do a lot of stuff like this later because it's a sitcom. It's mostly all the things that happen between the superhero stuff. But I guess the idea is, you know, they think they need some kind of an origin thing to kind of set us up and get us there.
Well, and there's nothing to say that
Dirty Pool is a line that comes back a lot in different
couple episodes a season that were more like this.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to know.
So like you were talking about earlier with the face mask, the open face mask grew on me real hard.
Yeah.
I didn't like it real well at the beginning either.
Well, and then when I first saw Sarah Finowitz, I was like, oh, that's weird. He's got a face mask.
Yeah, isn't that strange? No, that dope channel. We're not watching the new Tick show that has Jackie Earle Haley in it. That's the Netflix show, and we are going to do a commentary on that sometime in the near future. Look, Arthur's gone through his character arc, Eric.
I think that's one of the things I don't like about Arthur in the show is I don't feel like he ever actually goes to that character arc.
No, that's absolutely right. Yeah, because he doesn't really gain really any confidence. I mean, the animated series does that too, but it handles it a little bit better.
I feel like he's always 2 seconds away from
mental breakdown.
Arthur No More.
Oh yeah, sure. That's fair too.
It's a Spider-Man reference.
Thanks. The moving antennae.
I know you know what it is.
The moving antennae are great.
Yes, they are.
And the show does not work without them. There's a lot of comedic timing that comes from those, and I'm so glad we still have them in the new show.
One of my favorites
should have been a given. I wasn't 100% sure we'd have it.
One of my favorites is earlier when they go down like a dog's ears when he's sad.
And interestingly, we get moving antennae in 2 shows I'm watching in 2001 simultaneously, because they do them in Enterprise 2 with the Andorians, and they look really good there too.
I think you can see through his shirt here. I think that's why.
Okay,
I think this is the scene where we change the cut.
Let's all watch for that, shall we? Let's be men and no. Eric.
It's not about that. It's about I'm explaining why we changed the costume.
Well, I'm going to be classier than you.
Okay.
I can't wait till we.
Well, I knew something about the Tick you didn't know.
That's true. No, you did. That's great.
How can I not talk
And of
about
course,
that?
it had to be something like that.
I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure they mentioned on the commentary. Like, it's not like I this weird information.
Yeah. I can't wait until we get to the episode
in the Orient.
Yeah, that's a great line. I can't wait till we get to the episode later, Eric, where she's in a pinup. Because now we'll have to talk about nudity again. There's no way around it. That's what the episode's about. Secret message from my teeth. Fortune cookies are a thing we make jokes about in multiple places in the Tick. That's also from the Tick in Arthur's bank account. He has a secret message cannon, and he shoots a message, and So Apocalypse Cow is, of course, this show's version of Man-Eating Cow.
Oh, is that what that is?
Well, it's got to be, right? Like, they did that instead. You wouldn't have both.
I think it's just cows are funny.
Yeah, but Man-Eating Cow is such a big deal in the Tick. Like, if you were a Tick fan, like, if you really knew the Tick, you wouldn't look at that and be like, oh, maybe we'll also have Man-Eating Cow on the show. Like, clearly they were probably thinking we'll never do Man-Eating Cow, so because of the kind of show it is.
I feel like they could do Man-Eating Cow and never show it on screen.
Yeah, but I think that's why they did it, where it's like it'd be fun to do a fire thing on the outside. And I also like that idea because we're changing more characters than just the ones we don't have the rights to.
Mm-hmm.
Mixing it up a little bit. So I like that. Okay, so we're finished with this episode, and we are going to, here in a little bit, start the Terror, so we'll give everybody time, including myself, to rig that one up.
I think the Terror is the worst episode of the series.
I disagree with you wholeheartedly. I think it's quite good.
Really?
Oh yeah, no. I think it's really good. And some of the better jokes come from it. I think the issue is their Terror isn't great, but a lot of that is just because of I don't know. Some of it's makeup, I guess. Some of it's just like stuff they had him do. I think Armin Shimmerman was a really good choice. But
that name sounds familiar. Who?
And as I told you, that's Quark from
DS9.
Yes. But maybe that's part of why I liked it. But no, I don't understand your disdain for this episode at all.
It's really boring.
We'll see when we're watching.
I understand your disdain for the dead body episode. Because some of the best jokes come from that.
No, you're right, and it's grown on me some just because of how often I quote things from it. But the problem is that's such a typical sitcom kind of thing. And what's interesting about this episode is it's a little less sitcom-y. We kind of run around and do more actual superhero stuff. It still is a very kind of stereotypical sitcom thing in that it's like prank that gets the ball rolling. I don't love that, but Batman Wells established as kind of that kind of character, or Captain Liberty is kind of established that way. I wish Captain Liberty was more like American Made.
Yeah, no, she's super vain.
Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. The nice thing is, apparently, after you get past the first episode on these DVDs, you don't have all the disclaimers. It's just with that first episode. I thought it was on all of them. So
I think that's
that's
common for DVD sets.
Well, we can wait for Red Letter Antilles if he's back here pretty soon. He said he went off for snacks. I'm gonna eat cheese.
That's really unprofessional.
Oh, this is not like a professional thing we're doing right now.
Not this. Red Letter Antilles just leaving.
I see. Not me eating on camera.
And not even telling us what kind of snacks. Like he could be going to Domino's for all we know.
Why does he have to be professional? He's just a viewer sitting home watching us watch things.
All people should be professional.
Well,
who watches the Watchers is our.
I think all people should be classy. I don't think that's what this is. Like, oh, Connor Nielsen's here. Hi, Connor. How you doing, man? He just said because cheese.
You missed episode 1.
I haven't. Didn't feel like saying no. It's Connor. He would have said something. Dope Channel says he's dressed in a suit for this.
Oh, good. Professional.
I did not do that. I'm not even wearing a tick shirt. Would you believe that with all the tick stuff I have, I do not own?
Represent on Geekvolution.
I do not own one tick shirt. Does that surprise you? Isn't that crazy? I don't know why.
Well,
except
and I
that
know
I haven't been.
You weren't like buying up pictures. I didn't realize you didn't have any.
I don't have any myself to wear. Mostly because a lot of the shirts I have like this, I bought at comic shops or I bought on T Fury, and I haven't run into a lot when I'm out. I mean, here now and again. There's Daniel Alexander. Hi there. How's it going? Connor. Okay. Is everybody ready? Let's get started. Here we go. All right. Second episode. It's The Terror. Get it to timestamp 0. Get ready to press play. Here we go. There we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
So you won't agree with me with this, but one of the things I've always thought was weird about this episode, because of the year jump, and that's clearly not supposed to be where it is.
Right.
Is I also think it's remarkably lower quality. See, like her costume's different.
That's true. But it's remarkably lower quality because if they actually made it last, and I'm not sure about that.
There are way better episodes.
No, it's true.
But
understand something. I don't think, or tell me if I'm right about this. I don't think you would dislike this as much if you didn't see it second. You understand that I watched this show while it was on and was waiting to finally get to see this. This is the one that wasn't aired.
Oh.
This is the one episode that wasn't aired. And I was looking at spoilers and things on websites before these. I mean, I was so into the Tig. That getting the Terror finally was a big deal. This is the only comic book bad guy we get besides the Red Scare. Like, it's just
wait, you mean from the comic?
Yes.
Okay.
Put yourself in my shoes, and like this was more of a. This is a big enough. What do you wear? I bet my feet are as big or bigger than yours.
Size 12.
Okay, I wear an 11.
Well, I just meant you're shorter than me, so I just assumed, I guess.
Everybody assumes that, but I have for whatever reason bigger feet than usually for like I'm only 5'6" and I have big feet. Anyways, so yeah, it's just getting a comic book villain, and I'm not saying that's why this episode is good or anything, or even this is one of the best episodes, but I think it's middle of the road before it's bad.
Never.
I like it.
Well, I really don't like the episode with Dodd either.
Oh, and see, I like quite a few things about that episode.
I'm not saying, I don't know if I'd say either of these are bad, but I think they're lesser compared to the other 7.
So I guess we have to assume that they decided the conventional wisdom for this would have been it goes second because it's a flashback to right after the first episode. Because clearly every other episode has happened. Also, is it weird that your 9th episode would be a year later, like you're at the end of your season?
Yeah, no, that seems weird. Anywhere you place this, it seems weird.
Did they only get a 9-episode order? Because that's a weird number. I'm confused about all of that. Yeah.
Well, they might have with the intention of like the back 9 or the back 12 or something like that.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've ever said on camera how tall I am. People are wigging out that I'm only 5'6". I am a short guy.
I'm 6'1".
And if you ever seen me next to Eric or next to Vince, I mean, you like go back and look at the documentary. Apparently, everyone's saying their heights now.
Any tiny people? Do we have any like 3-2s?
Welcome to everybody that is just joining us. We've had a few more people join in just the last few minutes. If you are just now coming in and you don't know what we're doing, we're watching The Tick, as it says in the title. And we're not showing you The Tick on the channel because that would be wrong, Eric. That's a flag or a strike.
Legally, we'd be in the clear.
We don't like those things. Yeah, kind of. I don't know. I don't know where the cutoff is. You know, like if it's actually kosher to watch an entire thing, to show an entire thing and talk over it. I think it's not. Clips are supposed to be okay. As far as fair use and stuff. Also, can we call this an intellectual exercise? I don't know that we can. Anyway, but we're watching the second episode according to the DVDs. This is The Terror. And we are about 3 minutes and 50 seconds in.
51, 52.
Yes, and newcomers miss me punching myself. I do like that the very next villain they deal with is the Terror. I always forget that this is all flashback.
And also for newcomers, if we get to 100 likes, I'm going to punch Cap.
Oh, I thought you said 80. I'm really glad that we've continued to up that.
No,
but we had a guy $5 in Patreon if I slapped you, so that could happen. And you'll never see it coming. I guess that would be doing the what's that show? That with the slaps, the what can I think about the sitcom? How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah,
How I Met Your Mother has the whole.
It's slap giving, right?
Yeah, slaps giving. Yeah. And with that show has one of my favorite jokes in anything, which is giving your baby the middle name. Wait for it. That's like one of the funniest things I've ever heard in anything. Yeah, slap that. That's in there. This whole thing is really similar in at least the idea to the Tick's speech to Arthur in the beginning of the new show.
See, but like I think this scene's kind of boring. There's not enough jokes. That's kind of funny.
I guess, well, and especially what we're doing with the antennae there, but really just an extension of the pilot that is unnecessary. I mean, if we're going into criticism mode, absolutely. But I also like some of the things we're establishing with this, if we're looking back on it as what would be the next episode, even though it wasn't, because it's not really establishing. But the idea that the Tick will forevermore follow him around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it is gold around the star and not white, but But I didn't ever think of that because I wasn't paying that much attention.
And Batman Well and Captain Liberty don't like the Tick and Arthur for most of the series.
They hate him more here.
Yeah.
And I guess this is supposed to be kind of an explanation for that. Also, the Manuel mobile isn't any more spectacular than Arthur's apartment. And also, is it a Flair Mouse thing?
Well, it's a convertible. It converts.
Okay, but the couch turns into a bed.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm adding.
Ah, I see.
The comparisons.
But yeah, so it is. We are straight up into sitcom mode now. This also just watches a lot better when you have the rest of the show in the middle because it's fun to go back to all the stuff from the pilot. Mm-hmm. Like, if you watch this directly after that, yeah, it's dull. But, I mean, like, it was fun to revisit some of this stuff. And just to see them try to keep the continuity straight. And the Tick is often, at least in TV shows, and it's not going to be now, with the new one, because it's a real archy, novel-esque kind of show. But you don't always expect a lot of continuity with the Tick. So whenever you get it, it's exciting. Always expect to do a lot of like long-form storytelling, but usually the continuity is real tight. Silly and out there as this material is.
Coincidentally, also not on DVD sets.
What do you mean?
We mess up the continuity on DVD sets of the animated series as well.
What is that about? Yeah, we cannot keep the Tick straight. Well, Amazon cannot mess that up. It's impossible. So there you go.
Yeah, but the DVD can still mess up.
That would be so weird. Why would that happen? I hope that when we get that first season, that somehow or rather we might have enough interest in the Tick that Fox decides to release that last season.
Oh yeah,
that'd be great. But they might decide that's giving Amazon too much.
Well, but they might, or they might, because they messed up the sets, that we might just get a complete series box set.
That'd be fine. I mean, people would be irritated because they bought the first two sets, but I would be happy. That'd be great.
Yeah, well, the first two sets are messed up though, so
I don't have them. I mean, I haven't bought the factories. I have it bootlegged, and I have a complete, in order, pretty good transfer bootleg set. But yeah, the first season is missing Mole Men, and the second season is missing Alone Together, which is one of the big continuity episodes that sets up the other crazy thing that happens to the moon. So if you watch it on DVD, bite taken out of it, and you never know why that happens.
One of the villains was named Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, I forgot to look at the list this time. I should watch the show we're watching, maybe. If you're just joining us, we're watching the Tick. We're watching the Terror. You can join us too. It's at 9 minutes and 26 seconds right now.
27, 28.
That's how time. It's linear. It's chronological. It keeps going.
That's what they keep telling me. I'm not convinced.
Never picked up on this is the place where all the superheroes hang out because they're allowed to be there. I never picked up on that. We always have 555 numbers in TV shows.
Their area code.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like this idea that the Tick can't drink for a weird superficial reason. Is that what's going on there? He's weirded out by the bubbles, so he won't drink.
That would mean he doesn't like soda as well.
Yeah. So ripped.
There's a funny gag in Last Action Hero about the 555 numbers.
Yeah.
He's trying to convince Arnold Schwarzenegger that they're in the movie, and something. And he asks somebody else, goes, "What's your number?" Like 555 something.
Oh, something. Yeah.
And he's like, "Well, that means there can only be 9,999 numbers." The explanation is that's why we have area codes.
Movie.
Me too.
It's quite clever. I haven't seen it in a long time.
I think it's got third act issues, but I think it's good.
It's kind of funny that the Terror is stuck in the 60s, except he would have been an old man then too.
Mm-hmm.
Or getting a lot older. He's supposed to be 115. I also like that he's so senile he can't ever remember what year it is. 2001, that's a lot. Is a funny one.
And you know who one of the writers on Last Action Hero is? Shane Black.
Naturally! Or as the German.
And the guy who writes the first draft is the guy that writes Incredible Hulk. Things.
Your reign of you! Oh, he's 112 in this. Okay. Well, Arthur only ballparks it
Quitler
in the animated series anyway. You ever notice that his eyebrows form a V?
Nope.
I don't know why. They could have made it, but I don't know how you make a T with your eyebrows. I don't think it's,
I say, huh? Again. What other villains could they use from the comics?
I mean, everybody that's not in the cartoon show, and there are several, or anybody they used first.
Well, no. What I mean is, you said you were excited because it's not a comic book villain, but heck, how many villains could there be?
Well, there's 9.
Or 12 issues of the Tick. 13 issues?
Well, yeah, but there's more after that other people made.
But does Edlin pull from that stuff often?
I'm not sure, but there's actually quite a few villains even in those 12 issues. I mean, and also like Man-Eating Cow is his creation, but like it goes on to its own series, and there's stuff in that. So yeah, I think we pull actually in the animated series from some stuff that he didn't do, but I'm not positive on that. Don't quote me on that. But I gotta go back and look. I'm a little rusty. It's been a while.
I'm gonna quote you on. I'm not positive. I'm not positive.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I feel like that's the part you can quote me on. Yeah, absolutely. No, people you could use, make it look good in live action. I'm not saying you would. Chairface, Thrakkerzog, Chrome Dome, Dean. There's henchmen you can use, and you could make them villains in their own right if you wanted to, I suppose. I think the Forehead was in the comics first. There's a lot of mob bosses and things.
Oh yeah, Zipperneck.
The Zipperneck, that you can use.
This.
Yeah, I love it, and I love that the Tick is like, that he's momentarily indisposable. But then there's like Toon Lan, Not From This Earth. There's fake Joseph Stalin. They already have the. Oh, and then Barry, of course. That's the big one.
Yeah.
Issues, I can name a dozen.
I guess you're right. Because you have villains in this show.
They make most of them. Well, and there aren't very many. Really the only big one is Destroyo.
Yeah.
The only other villain that really gets a whole show, except, we do the superhero who turns out to be a bad guy thing when we get to their version of the Justice League.
I was born old.
Because we never know how old the Tick is and how long he's been around. He probably predates the Terror. Somebody just yelled, "How I Met Your Mother." Oh, I guess that's because people in the comments keep talking about it. I was like, you're a little behind. Like, do you have a really long lag? We're like not.
I don't know what you're talking about. Comments keep talking about what?
About How I Met Your Mother. The Champion. That's who I was trying to think of earlier.
Yeah. Well, he's not a villain. He's just
but he's the antagonist of that episode. Yeah. You can make a case for his being like a backdoor kind of villain.
Well, but the whole league is.
I don't know why. Watching this with you, it's more boring. But I think it's just because you're not commenting on it.
I don't think most of this is funny. Although I can see Quark in him. That's a new wrinkle. I can see Quark in him. That's a new wrinkle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wrinkle. Connor Nielsen also just complimented you on your haircut.
Oh, thanks.
I also like the Tick being preoccupied with how old the Terror is, since he this is before he realizes that people die even if they're live people. It's not just dead people.
Well, I mean, again, we don't know production order. It could be after that episode.
What do you mean? It's not about production order. This is all taking place in the past.
Oh, right.
Right after the first episode.
Yeah.
So we know for sure that happens after this. They have yet to deal with the Immortal. And of course, this makes no sense. I mean, like, this is a really goofy, crazy heightened universe, but even in the context of this, I do not buy, oh, I'm dead, I'll fix myself. I think that's going even too far for this material. I've always kind of thought that.
I don't think he's dead. I think he's dying.
No, he flatlined. He goes flatline.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean you're dead.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be conscious and able to grab a thing and...
Well, sure. But that doesn't mean you're dead.
It means you're about dead, and maybe you can be revived, but no, it means you're dead.
People flatline and then they'll like do it a little bit. So I can buy that more than he's dead.
But that means you're not brain dead. I mean, that means that I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I thought the idea was if you flatline...
No, it's your heart.
Your heart, yeah, okay. All right. Well, I'm done pretending like I have any idea what I'm talking about.
I'm not saying...
Oh, look, it's another vending machine. Okay, I kind of like that happens right after the pilot, too. We don't even get to see if that vending machine is a supervillain vending machine. There is, Eric, a sentient supervillain vending machine in the animated series.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. It's called the Eastern Bloc Robot Cowboy. And it's in an episode called The Tick versus Europe. Hysterical.
It's about time the Tick versus Europe.
And at the end of it, the Tick, it has a brain. It has like an old, like scientist brain in it. And the Tick puts in a they have a standoff. They have like a high noon type standoff. And he throws a quarter and it makes it in, and then the Tick buys his brain. It's hilarious. That's also the episode with Octo Paganini.
So we brought back...
We'll just talk about all things Tick.
We brought back Metcalf.
Metcalf! Oh, yeah. Good. Oh, we actually get to see Metcalf.
Yeah.
The reason I like this episode okay before was is just because of all the callbacks to the pilot. And that has a lot to do with it.
Well, and watching it being like this, the missing episode makes a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
I do think, and I usually skip this episode when I go back to the series because I don't like it.
Yeah, you gotta wait and watch it at the end. Have a year's worth of adventures.
Mm-hmm.
But I never thought this stuff was funny.
No. But you and I are both not poop joke people.
We do, to the point where I won't even say that word. Like, it bothers me when people even say that. Other things about me tonight. I'm 5'6". I don't like it when people say anything about feces. You know, it's a... I do think you don't throw blood at people is kind of... You don't throw blood at a person! But the terror does that. This episode will be even less watchable to people who have not seen the show and end up liking the new show, because their terror is wonderful and scary and is the big bad for the show.
At least the first season.
And he's for the first season, and he's of course their kingpin. Well, at least we have a stunt. He gets thrown up against the wall. That's cool.
In fact, is this Reanimator?
I think
we had a bone saw and we had somebody get thrown up against the wall.
That's right. Yeah. Can we say that there's enough there to call it an homage? I don't know that we can.
Against the wall. I think this whole scene is an homage to Reanimator. For more on that, go watch our He Made Me Watch Reanimator.
It's not up yet.
Oh, is it not?
No, but it will be.
Get ready.
Oh wait, no, Reanimator is.
Yeah, Reanimator.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Reanimator's up. We've got we were talking about Misery earlier, so I'll just announce that here. We've got Misery coming here in a couple days. And Connor Nielsen also made the Bonesaw reference that we made from Spider-Man. Okay, so yeah, this is not a great episode or anything.
1 year.
Do you think
1 year of play?
1 year of playtime. Do you think people are gonna? Do you think this would be a hard show for people to go back and enjoy if they end up really liking the new show, especially after several episodes of that?
You know,
we haven't seen those yet.
I think the humor. I think they would have to know what they're getting into.
They would have to know that it's a sitcom, and what I like
is not the rough draft of what we're getting now.
Well, and what's really great is all three. There's so much variety between these shows because while they all have that very specific Ben Edlund comedic sensibility, each of them is in almost another genre. It's all superhero parody, but it's in different kinds of genres that then integrate superhero parody. But I can't get people to go back to the cartoon show after this.
Oh, really?
And that makes me wonder if they wouldn't go back to a sitcom. Yeah, it's like, well, it's not live action. I don't want to see it. And I kind of think you might have that with even though they're both live action, well, people might go, well, it's a sitcom. I don't care. And that's a shame, but it's not as much of a shame as people not going back to the cartoon show.
I actually think...
Because that's such a good show, and it's so much smarter and funnier than
I actually think you can get people to go back to this just because of
Warburton.
Warburton.
Well, and I think
Because
that's
Warburton's still big.
he's so popular, and I think that's kind of the big thing that the show had going for it and why it has stuck around. As popular as it got after the DVD releases, and by the way, we're done with that episode now if anybody's wondering. I think that has a lot to do with why it's stuck around. Oh, what I was going to say is I feel like Fox had to have been kicking themselves, just like with Firefly. Like, as popular as it got, it should have stuck around and kept going.
Well, and I think the cartoon show might actually be easier for people nowadays to go back to. Actually, both of them coming from Venture Bros, because you have Warburton in this, and then there's a similar sensibility to the animated series. And we found out that one of the co-creators of Venture Brothers writes on both that and this.
Which is a show I saw the pilot of and didn't care and haven't continued.
And
I'll eventually watch it. Yeah, one of the producers, as Eric was saying on that show, starts in the cartoon and continues all the way up. And wrote some of the cartoon.
He's a producer of the new series too.
And he's a producer that, all the way up. Okay, so we'll take another minute or two break, let everybody set up the next episode. We're going to watch now the third episode of The Tick. It is Arthur Interrupted. Once again, really bizarre viewing order. I hate why. We should have watched these in aired order. I could have told you what that was, but we're just doing it on the DVD to not confuse people.
How the menu is laid out, because it's like a comic book page, and so we're seeing images of the next episode, or of the next set of episodes next to.
Oh, that's a good point. That's pretty cool.
That.
We're sitting here reviewing the DVD menus. Arthur Interrupted was the last episode that was aired. So it's really strange watching the pilot and then the unaired last episode, and then it's like going backwards from the pilot. After this, it's not backwards. But
do you think it watches better in airing order? Interesting.
I've
never watched it in that order.
Part of that's because that's how I watched it. So yeah. Says Luke Cage was really meh. I don't agree with that at all.
Oh no,
we're really
someone's wrong on the internet.
No, that's not fair. It's not fair. Stop that. He's not actually talking right now. We're gonna try to review it or do the spoiler cast on Sunday. We're trying to get through it. We've watched the first 4 episodes, and so far we are just delighted. No, we haven't finished it yet, so I mean, like we might decide it's a slot later.
Well, it's because we're watching it together, and so finding the time to watch together has been a little bit more difficult than if we were just watching it solo.
Just limited time, yeah.
Could be watching right now. We're doing this for you people.
That's right. That's right. I hope you appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, so set up Arthur Interrupted. Get it to timestamp 0.
Come through that.
I don't know if you've ever watched the commentaries. They're great.
Yeah, I have.
So we'll get everybody a minute. I'd like to know how many people are not actually watching this with us and are just like, if you're not actually watching the show and you're just listening to us ramble, which I know folks will sometimes do, which I appreciate and am flattered by, but really, I hope you can watch it.
I find it strange when they do that and they're not familiar with the material. Because I listen to commentaries without watching all the time.
Oh, a bunch of people aren't.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now I'm wondering who is.
wait. They're not watching with us, or they're not familiar with the material?
Some of them both.
Weird. Neat.
Well, that's neat. I don't say weird. No, it's flattering. I mean, you're saying I enjoy your rambling. Yeah. No, Amazon Prime does not have the episodes for free. You Dylan the Villain, you can't watch a commentary. There's just sound.
You're watching,
but you can
right now.
You can watch. Yeah, first of all, you can watch this commentary because you can see us. But also, if you're watching the comedy, you're watching the actual thing, but you're listening to the commentary. But
unless it's one of them video commentaries,
one of them video commentaries. Man of Steel's is really good.
Yeah, you were telling me that.
It's really cool.
Cowboys is just the 3 actors there.
And one of my favorites, and I was telling you this the other day, is UHF, where Weird Al frames it like an episode of MST3K.
Which I've never seen.
And at one point, he just gets up and goes to get popcorn and doesn't come back for like a minute and a half or longer. And it's great. else is listening to us as they go to sleep. I hope we're soothing. Should we start using our soothing voices?
Yes. This is my soothing voice.
That's
so I can't keep a girlfriend.
That's like smoking Zorak. It's like, yeah. One of these days we should do like Cartoon Planet or Space Ghost commentaries.
We've been watching the
Like,
Space Ghost.
what would it be like talking over one? We could marathon one of those just to be silly. That could be fun. And I could do the whole thing to Zorak voice.
We would have to
do one. Yeah, no, most certainly. And I don't think I could keep that up for very long. I might break out my Zorak voice after a while. You have to wait for it.
Wait for it.
If somebody pledges $2 on Patreon, I'll do my Zorak voice. Okay, here we go. Yep. Shameless plug for Patreon. I'm just kidding. I'll do it a little bit later. But
somebody pledges $50 on Patreon, you get to pick the next marathon.
Well, that's true. That's absolutely how that works. Yeah. If you weren't here earlier, first of all, hi, thanks for being here. We are consistently sitting at about the same number of people, so it's probably the same folks that were here earlier. But welcome to Geekvolution Soothing Commentary. Just relax and we'll talk about.
Welcome to die.
Welcome to die. But yeah, what we're doing is for every $50 pledged on Patreon, I wanted to do some kind of cool goal thing. So what I've come up with is we're going to do one of these marathons, 3 or 4 hours at a time, and you get to listen to us ramble about something while we watch it, and whoever kicks us over the edge gets to pick the thing.
Yeah, it's every time we reach $50, not every time somebody gives $50.
No. Every time we reach $50, we get to that goal. And if it drops off, then it's got to be.
But we drop the video
to the next one. Yeah. No, we don't. No. So right now we're looking to get to I think $300 is the next place. Okay, let's get started. Here we go. So, if you're just joining us, we are watching Arthur Interrupted. If you have your DVDs, get them ready. Here we go. Get them to timestamp 0 and get ready to press play. Is everybody ready? Or as the
no one's watching apparently.
Or anybody who is watching after the fact, folks after the fact might be, but then they can't answer for themselves because they're in the future.
Is anyone from the future here?
But as the tick might say, everybody into the pool. Everybody, please press play. Right.
Just reading the newspaper.
Weekly World.
I wonder if it's that newspaper that's in everything.
This is a set we don't go to real often. It's only in a couple episodes, but it's either a redress of something or a standing set. I don't know. We don't go to her apartment very often. We never see Batman Wells plays.
I imagine we would have gotten to it had the show run longer.
Might have been fun to see what that. Do you think it would be posh like Batman Wells? Or not? Excuse me, like Deflator Mouse.
I don't know.
Because Deflator Mouse is like he's so superficial and vain that he's all about fashion and nice furniture and
see that. Well, we're like when he goes home, he's got
like a bachelor pad.
Probably
right next to each other. Oh yeah, you don't like this one either. This one, I think though, has more funny lines. We'll see if you agree. And of course, they kind of play this as a coming out of the closet metaphor.
Yeah.
And I mean, they even say coming out of the closet. We all know what we're talking about. But yeah, he's asking cheese. I'll just throw out all my catchphrases tonight. Shiny shoes.
Well, no. You said we all know what we're talking about. And I was like, cheese.
Because cheese. But yeah, Eric was asking what she's talking about when she says life or death. I guess just like social life or death.
Well, she says a supervillain can smell like a closeted superhero. What is that? How does that affect the supervillain fight?
Well, and especially because having a secret identity is good. What does that even mean? A closeted superhero would be someone being smart, right?
You would think.
Oh. And then this idea that, like... And I guess this is a world where we don't have as many secret identities, but in the Tick comics, people do, certainly.
The Tick does. for a hot second.
On Accord, right? Like,
No, he goes to the Daily Planet and works there, right?
What are we talking about?
Doesn't the Tick go to the Daily Planet and work with Clark Kent?
Oh yes, yeah.
I think that's
I haven't read that in so
shows
long.
in
Yeah.
Secret Identity.
And he ends up with a secondary identity in this so that he can be a card-carrying superhero.
Yes.
But that's not a secret identity. That's just so that he has to come out, and it's IP Daily, and that's not funny. But
we'll get there.
I know. Tick complained about bubbles, and a shower curtain has bubbles.
And he doesn't like bubbles in beer.
That's what I'm saying. He complained about bubbles.
Oh. Oh, you meant,
but not like the Powerpuff Girl. He's like, why are you complaining about me?
Ooh, a Tick Powerpuff Girls crossover.
Yeah. Boy, now that we're doing a Power Rangers Justice League cross, I've seen everything. What's that?
I said anything's on the table.
Anything, and I thought that with other crossovers and anything is now on the table. Eric, this is fun, and I don't know why we've never done it.
Watch the Tick together?
No, do a marathon.
Well, because it's a lot harder when it's like this would be a lot more difficult if I was on Skype or something.
Oh no, that's absolutely true. I guess I mean proverbial we. I don't know why I've never done this with anybody, but that's a good point. And this is fun because I know this material. If we did it people could make this really hard on us. I'm going to do this with something that we've never seen before, and that would have been probably a lot of us trying to pay attention and then see how in the world we could make this entertaining for people. Especially because nobody would have been watching those things.
Yep.
Crazy talk, change the subject is the thing I say sometimes. I think that's kind of funny. This show is going to be so weird retroactively for people to go back to when the new series is
and the new Arthur is so much more likable.
Nathan Snyder. Effing bubbles! Those things. Sorry.
And the new Dot's so much more likable. I don't like Dot in the cartoon, and I don't like Dot here.
Dot in the cartoon can be funny. She's not a super likable character.
In the cartoon than she is.
Well, you haven't seen her in season 3. She's a little bit more likable once we marry her off. Neil. Effing bubbles.
The lonely panda. Panda's the loneliest number.
Also, how old is his sister? She looks like she's 10 years older than he is.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not fair, but she kind of looks older to me.
She looks vaguely familiar.
It might be from this episode.
It's not that.
No, it's not that? Oh. Okay. What a pleasure it is to shake hands with the womb that spilled Arthur out of the world.
It's interesting he knows about birth, but not death.
You can't call someone a womb mate unless they're twins. That doesn't really make sense. Yes, I'm quibbling about the Tick's humor. And yeah, I'm criticizing the Tick's way of speaking. That trying to squeeze them all into a booth is inherently funny. Just because the way they shot it from above. That's great. The four-legged, two-headed engine of justice immediately calls back to maneuver 14B, where which we use a couple times, or do we just use it once? I forget. Where Arthur in the cartoon show, where Arthur gets on top of the Tick, and they're just taller, and it doesn't do anything, but it just freaks people out because it's so weird.
Crazy Talk, Change the Subject is a terrible code line.
Yeah, it's not a code line.
How's she get out?
It would be like if the code
get past Tick.
No, he's not immovable. Like if Doc Brown's code word for "run, there's Libyans" is Libyan.
Run. Why does that make it worse? Wings.
Because they probably think he's delusional and that he actually thinks he can fly. People in the pilot didn't believe that he could actually fly with his wings. where she says, where the lady that runs this place says, I think you're going to fall down a lot and die.
Yeah.
I'm just going to jump off a building. She goes, who cares? Go ahead. Who cares? Soccer, yeah, that's kind of funny. Oh, Batman, well.
He's so strangely compelling because he's attracted to all women that like move. Like, I don't think there's anybody that shows up that he doesn't.
No, that's true. He wants to sleep with everybody. Yeah. And that's also, of course, a deflator mouse thing. It's kind of interesting that those two are weirdly kind of sitcom archetypes in the first place, and then once you put them in this, you realized it, because they also have that that friction, that romantic friction, except she's not interested in him in the slightest in the cartoon show, and that dynamic plays better because in this she has so little self-respect. Yeah, and now she doesn't want anything to do with him, but here she has so little self-respect she keeps going back to him, and that's supposed to be funny, but it doesn't really play for me, just how pathetic she is, until Destroyo, and then it's funny. Yeah. But not until then.
See, this is I just don't like the Arthur in this so much. I think he's the weakest of the Arthurs.
He is, but we have more to compare him to now. Because the new one is so good and so interesting, and it becomes a character study for him.
He's like nagging in this, like
but it's that standard sitcom thing of nobody's allowed to be fully likable so that we can get more humor at their expense.
Well, but the thing is, he becomes a superhero, and then he spends the rest of the series complaining about doing superhero things.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, where you're not really sure. The problem is, you don't really understand why he was so compelled in the first place.
Not an issue with the new series.
Not even a little bit. No, boy, do they spend 25 minutes exploring as much as they possibly can with that character. It's great. That show is so much better than it has any right to be.
Oh, absolutely.
And I somewhat withdraw some of the things I said in my initial review. That was a first response thing, and I wasn't in the right mood for it, apparently, because I've seen it.
You've grown a lot on Serafinowicz, too.
Oh, I've grown a lot on him, yeah.
And I have, too. He was initially my biggest issue with the first episode.
It's just impossible not to compare him to what came before, and I knew that when I was talking about it. I like this actor a lot. He was in Kids in the Hall.
Yeah, I was going to say he's a Kids in the Hall alum.
I'm surprised you know what Kids in the Hall is.
Oh, really? I'm not like a huge fan. I don't know it super well.
I haven't seen it since the 90s, but I watched it a little bit when it used to be replayed on Comedy Central. Was in News Radio?
He is in an episode of Always Sunny.
Is that the show that he was the main character in?
I don't.
I think that's it. Yeah, that's a funny show.
And he had a
really sarcastic, kind of subtle for sitcoms kind of show. I'd love to see what a stand-up is like. I can't think of his name right off.
Kids in the Hall guy.
Kids in the Hall guy. And I guess this whole thing is supposed to be funny because we're making it like a metaphor for homosexuality, and this guy clearly is supposed to be like your stereotypical homosexual. And then when you get to the end, he has the same obsession, but not to actually be a superhero, just to like pretend it becomes like a cross-dressing thing. And I think this really wouldn't play now.
No, I don't think it really plays in the episode.
Yeah, that's fair. Again, I think some of my, and I don't love this episode, but I think I liked it more when it was on because it was the last one, and I was sad the show was leaving.
Yeah,
and we do some more like fight scene stuff at the end, and I was waiting for this to become less of a sitcom, and it looked like it was maybe on its way. I think a second season of the show, it would have been a little bit more action driven, potentially, where they might have just
especially if
leaned
the show
into the superhero stuff.
Catches on, and they maybe give it a little bit more money.
Yeah, because the main thing people would be kind of clamoring for is more in actual superhero stuff.
The question is
Vic Savage or Vic Sadie.
If they didn't cancel it so fast, would it have caught on, or did this just come out at the wrong time?
I don't know, because it was already getting popular on DVD right after it came out. And it makes me think that it might have been, if it was too early, it was a year or two too early.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if Batman comes out in 65. Maybe. Yes, pros and cons guy, we are still talking about The Tick. We are on the 3rd episode according to this wrong, factually inaccurate series, box set. And if you are just now joining us and you want to watch along with us, we are at 12 minutes and 35 seconds right now.
Well, you just mean we rambled so long you wasn't sure if we were still talking about The Tick.
We are still talking about The Tick. It's a lengthy marathon, and we'll probably jump around.
That's a good gag.
When The Tick makes his plate of eggs look like Arthur. See, he's describing himself right now, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the whole idea.
I get it.
I have to explain the episode to Eric sometimes because he doesn't understand. All he really cares about is costumes. See, Eric actually loves every episode of the show because they have actual superhero costumes, and he's incapable of being objective and actually paying attention to what's happening.
If this entire show looked like this and nobody wore costumes, they told you it was a Tick, you wouldn't like it.
Well, no, that's absolutely true. But that's because it's The Tick. That means you're not going silly and absurd enough. Compelling, and then I would or really funny in some other way, and then I would go, well, this is a fun show, I really like it. I don't know why the heck it's called The Tick. And I was a little afraid that I would have that with a new show. But it being Edlund, I shouldn't have been remotely afraid of that.
Well, the new show, Arthur has to get a name, right? In that universe, he can't stay Arthur.
I'm sorry, I'm
in the new show.
Not necessarily. Why do you say that?
It was like, in the new show, in that universe, he would need a name.
There's a part of
because there's more of a. You would think there'd be more of a secret identity.
Yeah, it might have been cool. I don't think there's any way they could do this retroactively. It might have been cool if Arthur wasn't his real name in the first place, and after he goes into protective custody or something, after what happens with the terror, he renames himself. But and maybe that is what happened. It's possible, but like Dot calls him Arthur, and you'd think she'd call him something else.
Well, and we'd have to look and see. I think his dad probably says his name.
Remember, it's possible that the last name is bogus. That's possible. And I kind of hope that that somehow or rather they go that way because Arthur's never had a last name before. His name is Arthur Everest in that. He's never had a last name to my knowledge.
I love fondue.
I've never had fondue.
Oh, my mom makes fondue.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like this fondue joke is ripped off from something. And I don't know what, but I remember even when it aired thinking, I know I've heard that somewhere.
We do a lot of fondue jokes, I think, in sitcoms.
But it just seems like that entire gag is entirely lifted from something. I said entirely twice. Is lifted from something. Maybe not, though.
You do fondue? No, kind of. Maybe next time we end up in Florida, I'll have my mom make fondue.
I think I also really appreciated that we sent Arthur to an insane asylum because it's a reversal of the first issue of The Tick.
Mm-hmm.
And I just liked having an insane asylum in this at all.
Yeah, but we don't do enough with it, I don't think. Like, there should be other superheroes or supervillains here.
No, that would be fun. That's true.
And well, be in their costumes.
No, and we know there are because he has... Doesn't he have other superhero costumes, or is it just Arthur's?
I'm not sure.
In his... Yes, he has an entire... So we know there's a bunch of superheroes there. In fact, isn't this just a superhero sanitarium? Because he's talking about delusions of grandeur. They're all superheroes, yeah. And you just said they don't have to be in their costumes. They did the thing you're complaining about. It's in the episode. What do you want? He's not even wearing Arthur's suit. He did that earlier, I think. He's watching this show right now. I'm just talking to you guys. Not him, though. I'm ignoring him entirely. I have to have less of an attachment to you personally, Eric, so that I can slap you later and get my $5. It's nothing personal. I'll share it with you. We can both get sodas. Do we have a lag? Is there a...
Gone back to the womb.
I'm pretending to be mean to you. You have to respond or I'm going to get self-conscious.
Sorry, I'm just watching the episode.
Oh, no, don't do that. I have to make this interesting for people.
These episodes are the episodes I've watched the least.
Oh, so you're just along for the right. Well, and then what's funny is these are both episodes I've watched several times. We're gonna get to two that I don't know that well at all.
What are the two?
The one with Friendly Fire I've seen twice, maybe.
Oh, I've seen that episode
and
many times.
It's funny. The problem is I didn't see it when it aired. I missed it entirely. Somehow, I don't know.
It is my favorite episode, I think. But it's almost entirely because of Ron Perlman.
Yeah, and I didn't know even who that was at the time. Even when I saw it, I didn't know Ron Perlman and anything. But before I did, like, I didn't actually watch through Hellboy all the way until I did the rewind on it.
Mm.
So this latest 2000.
Man, we'll protect the women.
Of course,
it's a good line.
Is there some reason we couldn't actually see Captain Liberty kick that guy?
We didn't have the money.
But we had the money to do that doesn't make any sense. We can do a stunt where he hits a wall, but we can't do a fake kick to the... Really? Hire a lot of money, Eric.
Well, see, has a disability and she can't raise her leg that high, so we have to do that off screen because she can't actually do it.
Oh, well, well, she just did that kick. That looked
that was stunt double.
No, it wasn't. Her head was in that shot, and we panned downward. What are you talking about?
Effect. You know, computers these days.
Was it? Yeah, computers those days. Computers in 2001. We could do anything. We could make anything look good. Just look at Birds of Prey.
It just makes the beginning of X-Men 3 and the ending of X-Men Origins all the worse.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen those kind of crappy claws in this show. Nope. That would have looked amazing.
I was talking about the digital Patrick Stewart faces.
Did you see his feet?
No. He's got toes.
No, he has weird red line things going around his feet.
Oh, that's weird.
It's like he was wearing some kind of special shoes, and they didn't take him off or something. Because I don't think he usually has a red outline.
No, we definitely see his feet in the pilot.
I don't remember the Tick having Crocs, and if he has Crocs, it means he was potentially born with Crocs. Because we have a running joke with the Tick that he doesn't think he's in a costume. And when we shoot the costume far back like that, he looks like an action figure because of where his legs cut off. Not cut off, but where the seam in the costume is from the legs to the... Unlike a lot of superhero suits, it's not one piece, it's in two, isn't it? Yeah. It's got to be. I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's a missed opportunity that we go to Insane Asylum where we don't have a shot of anyone like the first panel of Tech. Wearing Arthur's costume.
That's right. Well, I forgot that Arthur comes in and deals with him and he gets thrown back in the cell. I thought we were already at the end of the episode. Because it's been a little while. That is icky to me. That's the thing Jeff says. Jeff commandeered that and uses it all the time. Puppet justice. Somebody suggested earlier, Eric, that we at some point do one of these marathons with 60s Batman, and I think that would be fun, but also might drive me insane.
And I've not seen it nearly enough to do that like I'm doing it with this one.
It wouldn't be the same kind of thing, right?
Yeah, no. It'd be half blind.
Those are fun too. I mean, again, as I said earlier, that was almost what this was about a thing we've never seen before. So it'd be okay if one of us knew a thing.
What was that scene?
That was hardly on the table, though. Do you think this show should have had more Tick speeches?
Only if they could do them well, because like the one, the Terror episode, I don't think is very good.
Yeah, no, that's true. And like this kind of counts as one, but like they're not real lengthy, and it's not like edition like it is in the cartoon show, where you get to the end and now he's summing everything up. And you kind of can't do that with a new show because it's not episodic.
Wheel of morality, turn, turn, turn.
Tell us the lesson that we should learn. Well, there we go. We're done with another one. That's 3 episodes. We should start doing more of our commentaries for TV shows like this, Eric. We get so many videos done.
It's true.
Just keep going. Steve and I have done Bat Chat this way.
Yeah, that's how you usually
record like 4 or 5 at a time. Yeah. It's just been a while since we've been able to get together, so
yeah,
we're having one of those right now.
Well, he's in an insane asylum.
Is he going around putting on costumes? Is that what he's doing?
No, he's just closeted.
Okay, so we're about to start the 4th episode of The Tick, The License, which at this point I can't even hardly comment on the order because we're like the 2nd episode. If it was
The License, almost feels like it makes sense as a 2nd episode.
Yeah, I can't remember if it. I think it might have been Couples. I can't remember. The second one I saw was the Immortal.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if that was 2nd or 3rd, or if I just saw it wrong because I taped these and sometimes I think I might have messed up the airing order with this like they did Firefly, but I might be wrong about that. I think it might have just been having issues with my VCR or something. Because back then I was taping things with a VCR, and now a lot of people are just writing random names, and I don't really know what they're doing. Oh, I guess it's they're making up Star Wars names or something.
Hey, pay attention to us.
Yeah, and what are you doing here? You're not even having like interesting intellectual conversation in the chat. No, you guys do what you want to. It's totally cool. Okay, if you're just now joining us, hi there. It is 1:30 in the morning here in the great state of Kansas. We are watching The Tick, the Tick, and we are on the fourth episode, The License. It's on the 2nd page, if you will, of episodes on the DVD and on the first DVD, and we're going to get started on it here pretty soon. We're going to take a little bit of a break and allow folks to get that ready, including myself, and possibly pop our backs and our necks and drink more pumpkin beer.
I'm out of water.
You go get some more.
No.
Do you want something to eat?
I could use.
Do you want a lozenge? Do you want to? What's that?
It's a lozenge.
You don't know what a lozenge is? It's like a cough drop.
I want one of those.
Well, I don't know. Do you want a pillow? I'm just thinking of things that might make you more comfortable. Or
I don't have a pillow.
I have a Batman pillow. You know why? Because we're in the Bat Cave. That's why. If there's a pillow down here,
Just waiting for a joke.
It's gonna be yeah. That dope channel. Wait, real quick. What kind of cigarettes does Eric smoke? And in all capitals too, just real big. He's got to know, or as big as you can make it, because it's not like you can change his font size.
Well, special hundreds.
Yeah. Well, go grab a snack. You got a minute.
That grab.
You got a minute. There's stuff up there.
Yeah, but
you can go. Are you sure?
I don't know what I'd grab.
Okay. All right. Well, not like in my house. Yeah, he smokes outside. He's respectful. He doesn't smoke inside.
I don't smoke inside ever, even when I have my own place.
Mm-hmm.
I have been to people's houses where they do smoke inside, and that's just weird.
Well, and it can ruin stuff. Like you wouldn't want that to get to your comic books.
Yep. And
stuff, etc., etc. Oh, okay, somebody smokes the same cigarettes as you. Oh, I think it's Capital Letter Guy. That dope channel. He was a woman and then retracted it.
You mean the man who lied to us and deceived us?
He did. I can't trust him now. I can't trust anything. He might not be a smoker.
He probably doesn't smoke at all.
I bet he doesn't. I don't trust it. See, now he's speaking in lowercase letters. We can't be sure of anything. I thought he was capital letter, man. I can't trust anything now. I work in a kitchen, and see now he doesn't even seem as interesting, is it? I work in a kitchen, and everyone else smokes inside, but me, and it's disgusting.
Who? I don't swear. Who lets you smoke inside a kitchen? That seems unsanitary.
Okay, so in my defense, though, Greg Peck says you don't want that to get to your comic books. Okay, in my defense, though, do you mind if I tell them this? Okay, you don't know what I'm going to say. Do you mind if I tell them about what precisely was in my car when I went and picked you up? Yeah. Like what stuff you brought back with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Eric's entire like assortment of items he owns is trades. That's what Eric has.
And DVDs.
He has trades and he has DVDs and he has a PS4 and a television and like he had a laundry basket of clothes. and nearly his entire life fit in the hatchback in the back of my HHR. We left 3 boxes. That's all we left. So when I say you don't want that to get to your comics, what I'm really saying is Eric wouldn't smoke inside because he wouldn't want it to get to the only things he owns. This is not a Captain Logan thing to say. This is a thing anyone would say who knows Eric and what his prized possessions are. And his possessions at all.
And it should be noted that I lost about maybe 20-30% of them.
Which becomes a lot sadder when you realize Eric owns nothing else. I'm sorry if that was too personal.
I used to own other things, but through 2 relationships, I've lost all of my things. Things like frying pans and spoons.
Spoons! Great segue, Eric. All right, let's get back to the Tick now. A thing he never says in this show. I don't know if we ever would have gotten to it. But spoon does not ever happen in this show. I imagine... Did you hear that? It's like puberty at 32. I imagine that people who say spoon in relation to the Tick when other people have only ever seen this have no idea why they're saying that and what that has to do with anything. You got to know the comics, you got to know the cartoon show, and you got to know the cartoon show past the first half, 2/3 of the first season, because spoon is a thing that is introduced in an episode, and it might even be again the Tick versus Arthur's Bank Account. I forget. That's a really important episode. We go back to it all the time. But anyway, that's introduced in the first season, but after a sizable number of episodes. Okay, is everybody ready? Get your player ready. Get ready to watch The License. This is another one I don't know real well, but I've seen it probably 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, I like this episode, all right.
All right, here we go.
I like it better than last 2.
Yeah. And you call it your Tick. I think if you watched all the cartoon show, you would decide it was a better show.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't argue it's not a better show. It's just this is the show I know better.
Oh no, absolutely, fair enough. It's just, I have gotten into that.
My Tick is the new Tick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Runs more towards my sensibilities.
My Tick is absolutely the cartoon Tick.
Yeah.
I go back to it and quote it all the time. It's the reason I love that material. And I like Ben Edlund's comics. I don't get real excited about anything beyond that.
I was going to say, if I had to pick of the versions I've seen, because I've now had a smattering of different Ticks.
Oh, you've seen a little bit of all 4 of them, yeah.
Well,
and all of this.
Well, no, I was going to say, if I had to pick, I'd probably go with the comics. I really like those.
Everybody ready? Everybody please press play. That's right, 0. Everybody please press play right now.
There's a robot, and there's a man stuck in his butt.
Immediately a funnier episode if you're Eric. Immediately. This is a very Ben Edlund thing to do, to have really dry, like no nonsense cops speaking mundanities in a really low. We do that a lot in the cartoon show. Oh, this is the episode where he gets, because the license. Yeah,
that's why I said this would be a good second episode.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Or it would make sense
because he would run into them at some point.
Mm-hmm.
The superhero licenses is not a first for this show. It goes all the way back to the comics, and it's a thing. I think it's in both the comics and in the cartoon episode, The Tick versus the Tick. But the doorman in The Tick versus the Tick has to check your superhero ID at the door. And I think they do that in the comics too. You've read that more recently than I have.
I don't recall it, but I'm not saying it didn't. Well, but I haven't gotten to that issue yet.
Oh, you haven't gotten to that issue yet? Okay.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No, I left off with
that's
Vigilante.
They go to the Comet Club. The Tick nightclub.
I don't know if I actually want the answer to this, but what is Colin Boy's power?
I don't want to know. I don't know.
Whatever he is, he does without a license, and I don't approve of that.
I don't want to know what Crap Boy can, or what Crapman can do either. I'm just calling him Crapman. Captain Crapman. But keep in mind, of course, that most superheroes in Tick things do not have powers of any kind.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right.
Nearly none of them.
So there's a thing I don't like here.
Not nearly, but there are a lot of people that don't.
They voice over that he says the tick, and it doesn't match his mouth movements.
No, and it's obnoxious. I also wish we just got a straight up theme song and we didn't have a voiceover thing. I know you like those more than I do based on what you've said to me about Babylon 5. But can we all agree?
It's nice for new viewers.
Can we all agree that, yeah, but do we need any kind of a recap or setup for this show? Yes, so does a really good, strange, intro with like music that sums it up, like the cartoon show had.
Sure, but this show isn't nearly as absurd. They can't show you as many absurd images in the theme as they could with the cartoon show.
Yeah, that's fair. I just like theme songs a lot.
Oh, like you do.
I'm, your native. Oh, like you do. I like if the new show is going to have a theme song.
Oh yeah,
because nearly everything does now that's streaming, right? And that's in the same place that Man in the High Castle is, and it has one.
I like that he spells nothing.
And it would almost certainly be another really jazzy theme because they've nailed that soundtrack in the new show. Like, it sounds like the Tick has always sounded. In this show too, I really like that whistling theme when he walks into his apartment the first time in the pilot. I like that a lot. Thelma Green. She looks like a Thelma. That's a great line. My first letter of rejection, and I haven't even started my novel yet. It's good stuff. James, that the animated theme song was awesome. It's one of the better superhero themes in anything. If I ever do a top 10, it'll be on it. My top 10 for cartoons would be kind of obvious. Well, maybe not. I think of a couple things that people might be surprised I would put on that.
Really how does a Tick know what antimatter is?
He is weirdly, in a lot of places, kind of well read. Where he'll just say, and also he has like intermittent amnesia, so he never knows where he's pulling stuff, like what orifice he's pulling information out of. Yeah, I said it like that. It's one. I know you like that line a lot.
I do. I like that line a lot.
I stopped robberies on my way to major crimes.
I stopped 2 robberies.
Sorry, guys. I know. I'm just repeating a lot of lines, but none of you are actually paying attention to the show we're watching. So
or us.
I feel the need. They're starting to. They probably feel bad because we felt ignored. This is all relative because I like every variation of the Tick, but I think Patrick Warburton's is ultimately my least favorite. Which I hate saying, because in the context of the show, I love it. But I'm again, this is the thing I'm retracting. I said when I reviewed the pilot for the new show that you could have had. Hey, look, Eric, a tiara. I said I said that you could.
Right.
No, I'm just I was surprised that there was a tiara there after we were tiara. Anyway, no one knows what we're talking about. In the context of this show, I think it works fine. I initially said that you could take Patrick Warburton and put him in the new show, and it would work perfectly because of the juxtaposition of that tone with what he's doing. I don't know that I'm right about that. I think I'm probably not. I too dim-witted for my taste in this version. He's much more of just kind of the bumbling oaf than he is in every other version. And again, that's kind of dumbing him down for a sitcom.
Also playing at Patrick Warburton's strengths.
Yeah, absolutely.
Although Venture Bros, he's not dumb. So maybe I'm just making excuses.
Yeah, I mean, but it is a thing that he does a lot.
Yeah.
In different things.
Yeah, and he's
kind of the dumb guy.
Really dumb in Seinfeld.
And in this, they play it almost. I don't know. It's absent-minded, and it's like he was just born yesterday, but it's still like he's incompetent kind of also. Like, he only wins because he's big and nigh invulnerable. And there's some of that in the other versions also, but every now and again he'll have like a really smart idea, and
have a crazy idea that works.
He'll be really creative, yeah. It's not the thing where the sidekick, like he would probably fall off a cliff and die if it weren't for the sidekick.
It's not the Green Hornet Kato thing.
It's not exactly that.
In the movie.
Yeah. I'm thinking Hong Kong Phooey is like that.
Yes.
That's always been my go-to example for that.
I like Hong Kong Phooey quite a bit.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Neither have I. But I like him. Where's my dark, gritty Hong Kong Phooey?
That's great. What they do with the antennae there. He takes a big deep breath and goes. Bad because pieces of the Tick's costume from the show are things I'll never own.
It's true.
Makes me sad with my big crazy Tick collection because they've already been bought up. I have found people talking about having them on message boards and things. Yeah, I'll never get them.
Those terrible people.
How dare they?
Didn't they know that Cap wanted those things?
That's right. I want them more, sir.
That movie is called The Imminent Disaster.
I would spend real money for one of those
milk cartons.
Milk cartons, yeah.
Only Monopoly money I'm buying everything else with.
You know, you're absolutely right that this would have. I love him watching Grover and thinking it's maybe his dad. That's so funny. I really, I think you're onto something that this would have made a good early episode. If it wasn't, like second or third, maybe it should have been.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I think there's a silly antic and he gets bored of it. I think that's a human thing. We're humanizing the Tick there.
He's like, even I'm sick of this. I wonder what the Tick would be like on a live show like this. Especially if he was by himself. Like, how long could he amuse himself before he was like...
You mean like the Tick Coast to Coast?
Yes! The Tick as a talk show host is actually a really funny idea.
Yeah.
Like I think markedly different from what Space Ghost is.
Yeah. Well, and he would actually be in character.
Exactly. You just make him exactly what it is. You
and wait for this. We're about 20 years out from Space Ghost Coast to Coast. No one would cry foul.
No one's doing that. If it weren't for the guy who played Zorak passing, I could have seen Coast to Coast coming back. Maybe. Or doing some other version of it, just because we're still doing Adult Swim. We're doing a lot of throwback things, everything's coming back. I mean, we've even got Space Ghost in the comics again with Future Quest. Ted. Ted Click. Kerr.
I love how much he just rolls with this.
Yeah, and it makes sense with his characterization of this, where he wants very much to be needed, but then of course the problem, as we'll see as we go along, is that he can't still be a superhero. And this is a thing that keeps coming back. The idea that the Tick's like, how many lives am I leading? So we do that again with a Champion episode. Well, folks, thanks a lot for being here. It's almost 2 a.m. We're still binge watching The Tick. Eric's about to fall asleep, but don't worry. I'm good. Don't worry. I'm good. He's still gonna get slapped for my $5. And
Mythbusters proved wakes you up, or I think it sobers you up. Maybe more.
Oh wow, cool.
Of all of the like old wives' methods of how to sober up, getting slapped is actually the best one.
What about freezing water? That one? Did they do that one?
I think they do that.
Did they do the ice bucket challenge?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
The ice bucket
So
challenge.
it's 2 a.m. I don't remember. I
Yeah,
don't
see,
remember.
we can get away with anything, and we can talk
Stop
like that
grilling
constantly,
me.
and nobody will mind. Well, thanks, folks. Everybody's a lot of people saying how much they're enjoying what we're doing right now. Okay, that's hilarious. Because that, if memory serves, I think the picture Batman Well is looking at right now of himself is one of the promotional shots they shot for the show.
Oh, really?
That they were using, yeah. It was bright red and blue and yellow colored backgrounds. The primary colors. Yeah, it's great. I also like that people can't recognize them out of costume.
See, we're 3 episodes in. This is the 3rd time that we're doing like an Arthur not story.
You know, if that's this is the 4th. If that's the order, but it's almost half the show. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. By the way, and no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It. I'm taking all of your joy and I'm adding it to me.
Yeah, and you're while simultaneously criticizing it so hard, I don't know how you're enjoying it as much as you are.
Hey, show's got problems. It's been worked out.
No, absolutely. Well, that's the thing, is that you're watching it as a show that has not yet found its stride, that you know probably would have.
Oh, absolutely.
Because of the competency that it's displaying. It is and it's really funny in a lot of places. I mean, like. And impressively, it does that without Edlin writing very much of it. I wish there was more of Edlin. I don't think Edlin probably liked the idea of this being a sitcom.
You might be right.
I don't know, but he doesn't write that first episode as a sitcom. The first episode of this. Not everybody's Batman Well. Again, yeah. In this show, his boss was Fishladder. I'm trying to remember. In the original series, it's Wiederspan.
Do we know if he's an accountant in the new one?
No, we don't. We don't know what his job is.
He says he has a job.
Yeah, I've been wondering what that is. It probably is accounting, but we haven't been told. I don't think we've been told. Oh boy. I love these Photoshop pictures.
You know, given how upset he is 2 episodes from now about being a sidekick,
mm-hmm.
Why doesn't he just go be a superhero on his own? He's basically saying, now that the superhero's gone and I'm just the sidekick, I can't be a superhero. Why doesn't he keep being a superhero?
Point. I mean,
I guess never thought of it until this moment.
I guess the best possible explanation, which we're not going into, we're not exploring that, is just he didn't really know how he was going to be a superhero on his own. He ended up really needing the Tick.
This is just inherently funny.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Sorry.
God.
Sorry.
You're fine. He's making a tossed salad. Do you remember the food fight in Follow That Bird with the salad shooters?
I do not. I haven't seen that since I was a child.
I might make you watch that because you don't remember it, even though you've seen it. Because it might be interesting to see what you remember from it.
Which probably isn't a lot.
Because it's weird, and there's fun things in it, and I like it.
Because my immediate reaction is go, I remember that scene in Follow That Bird where they say where Big Bird says there's a fork in the road, but that's the Muppet movie.
No, that's not even in that movie, right? Yeah. The Big Blue Bird of Happiness?
Nope.
Wow, okay. Because that's like the main thing from that movie people tend to remember.
I know I've seen it. I don't really remember it. You could probably make me watch it. And
that's why I'm going to make you watch it. It'd be funny for us to do something Sesame Street.
I think of all of the stories that we do with
like
her, Eric and my least favorite.
Yeah, and there's a lot of contenders because she does not get a lot to do. And we go to real obvious sitcom places with her.
The idea that like he's just if they're going to do this storyline, it should have been the episode because it's just she stops this guy, that guy's scared. That's the resolution. That's it. That's the end of the story.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, again, I haven't seen this episode more than 2 or 3 times, and it's been a while. It's like I couldn't remember if this was another guy that was like obsessed with her. That's the thing we do a lot in the show.
Yeah, no, he doesn't know that she's.
He doesn't know that she's a superhero. That's right. Oh yeah, and the idea is
the costumes at the.
He doesn't. Yeah, and he doesn't like that. And that he thinks it's weird that she can take care of herself like that.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the end of that.
Mm-hmm. It's because it's another like contractual obligation thing, right? Where like these characters are. This show's supposed to be about these 4 people, so they all have to be there.
Yeah.
Do you think the show also, as a sitcom, would be written differently, as opposed to just as Friends is ending?
Yeah. Well, and Friends runs longer than I always think it does. Isn't it like 0304?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So it's still on.
Yeah, we're in the middle of Friends.
Huh? Toward the tail end, but yeah.
Yeah. We're in the 3rd act of Friends.
I like it when people respond to things, and I'm not sure what they're responding to, so I just see responses in the 5keeper7 full says, "Oh my god!" for some reason. I don't even know why. So it's funny. If you are just tuning in, either live or after the fact, we are 18 minutes and 6 seconds for the end of the license.
It's theme.
What are you? Wait, what are you?
Subtitles.
What are you on?
It says theme. Not allowed.
Look, that's really unprofessional, Eric. Talking about the subtitles again. I'm just kidding. So anyway, so we're watching this. We're watching the live action Tick series, Patrick Warburton, and we are almost done with the 4th episode. This set, yes.
Given what we find out about her,
I love the letter. It's very funny.
Given what we find out about her, why wouldn't she just be cool with him doing what he wants to do? Oh, you probably don't even remember what we found out about her.
Because I forget what we find out about her. It's been a while. Are you gonna tell me?
No, it's gonna be on in like 2 minutes.
Oh, that's right. Anyway, but yeah, I guess it's just because she's controlling. But then, yeah, no.
I have no things.
Don't you think if you had a button right here that if you pressed and your wings would come out, that you would be accidentally pressing that all the time?
Maybe so.
Well, it would need like a lock on it. It would need some kind of a safety, if you will. And then they would have to like animate it, and it would be really or they would have to like make that happen again. It would be really expensive, like however they do that effect, and really problematic. Sad broody tick. Tuna boat Tony. I want to hear the tuna boat Tony story, Eric. I do. This speech is a callback to the Tick versus the Tick. What's in a name anyway? If I were called, I can't remember what the names are leading up to bowl of fruit. And then he says, or a bowl of fruit. Would I be any less a superhero? And if Barry were called Rupert, or I can't remember that. I used to know that speech. Bless a jerk. Well, you could start by telling us the story about Tuna Boat Tony, really. Tick versus the Tick, Dawn of Friends. I love that line. One of the few measly scraps of what you said that actually makes sense. If you're watching this after the fact, be sure to pull one of these out if you can grab one and watch these with us.
I mean, not that many people are.
Then you'll know what's going on. He's got his superhero license. I don't like that. It's just not funny.
You know that Batman gave him that name.
He had to have.
That's funny.
That's funny. Call me IP. And that's a thing that, of course.
Oh, I didn't think the shot was actually in the show.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing that I think is a very Simpsons throwback.
Yeah.
Like Crank Calls.
Yeah.
One of the problems the show has is it has difficulty. I mean, this is kind of funny, but it has difficulty a lot of the time landing a really good ending joke.
Yeah. Once we stopped doing her story.
Yeah, it's like that didn't even matter. It's weird to have a subplot that ends effectively, like, you know, at the end of the second act of your story.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange. Anyway, so we're done with the fourth episode, and this is starting to become more and more of an endurance test as we get through the night. But you know, slapping Eric is still on the table, and
on the table if we hit 100 likes.
That's true. But see, if that happens, then people have to go in with like other accounts and things because it's not even 100 people watching right now. So I don't know how that would even No, don't look at people. Like, go in and make other dummy accounts and then start. No,
I'm gonna go
don't
get a snack now.
Don't do that. No,
Entertain the people.
I know what you're really gonna do. You're not gonna get a snag. You're gonna go make accounts and thumb up the video. Hey, would you bring me something too? Surprise me.
Maybe people.
If there's anything cool
up.
Can you get me give me a snack too?
I can do that.
All right, we'll see what kind of food Eric brings down. So, hi, folks. How's it going? Eric and I are talking about The Tick this evening. We're watching this entire show, and it's 9 episodes, and talking about it for you. As a celebration of getting to a new milestone on Patreon, I want to thank all of our Patreons. Thanks, Patreons. Thanks to all those websites called Patreon. I want to thank all of our patrons for helping us out with the channel monetarily. You guys are absolutely amazing. You make it possible for us to buy more things for review and to keep up our apparatus and that kind of thing. It's absolutely fantastic. It's really cool that anybody does that at all. Obviously, it's a thing that we never expect. We never come right out and ask people, please, dear God, do this. We appreciate folks just watching. That is support enough, and it's amazing that folks have continued to watch us and support us in that way, and keep this worthwhile and to keep me going for almost 7 years now. Really super cool of you guys. This has become my job. It's what I do, and I love it. And you guys are wonderful. If you are interested in Patreon, we have a lot of really cool things that we do there. Again, not asking, not saying, please go do that. But if it's a thing that you might be interested in, we got lots of really cool perks. For just $2, you get the majority of the cool stuff that we've got there on Patreon. You get videos 24 hours early. You get most of the videos. There's some timely stuff that we can't offer that for, but most videos 24 hours early. We have some really cool extra content that's there, and you get to be part of the Patreon live show every month with me in a Google Hangout. And we have a lot of fun on that show. It's a way for me to offer more really cool, fun things to folks that want to go just a little bit above and beyond helping us out. You guys are absolutely amazing, and I like offering you guys cool stuff. It's a lot of fun for us. And we also added for the $15 tier a brand new thing where you can get scripts that I write signed by me in the mail every month. Whatever I've been working on that month, I'll send you scripts and sign them for you. And occasionally I'll put other cool little things in those packages as well. So anyway, enough about that. We are about to start the 5th episode of the Patrick Warburton Tick series as soon as Eric comes back down and brings us some munchies. It's Arthur Needs Space, which is an episode. See, yeah, this is one I've seen several times. And we'll talk about it here in just a little bit. Eric and I are, as I mentioned earlier, planning on doing a commentary on the first episode of the new show. It got renewed, it got picked up for series if you haven't heard about that yet. We're really, really super excited about that. And this is probably going to be a series now that almost certainly will get more than one season, which I'm just absolutely stoked about. Ooh, cool. And I get bread. So Eric and I are going to eat some of my wife's wonderful cinnamon bread.
No, you got the last piece.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
I'm getting.
What are you having?
Little bit
oh, you're gonna eat the rest of the Jello? So no, it'd be parfait if you want to quibble. So Eric and I,
tomato
Eric and I, the other day, we walked up to the grocery store that's up the street, and he got a sandwich, and I was like, oh look, Jello, and then he bought the Jello. Because I was like excited about Jello, and then it was like a Jello night, and it was great. And that stuff's amazing. It's pretty good. It's really good parfait. but he told me I could only have the green part.
Which is funny because that's the only bit that's left.
Is it really? I had some of it. Or what? No, it was orange.
It's only the orange part.
Because I ate you were like, you can only have the orange part. And then I took the orange part and he was surprised. And I was like, well, you bought it. So I thought thems were the rules. So that's what we did. Anyway, so thanks everybody for being here. Really cool of you for hanging out with us late at night on a Sunday.
You know what we should have done that would be really appropriate?
Worn antennae on our heads.
Well, perhaps more appropriate if we did the
those like
series.
Yeah.
Bowl of cereal. Wouldn't be good on the mic, but
a bowl of
Saturday
cereal.
morning cartoon.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I thought you were alluding to drama flakes.
Well, I mean that doesn't exist.
Well, sure, but you could come up with some kind of an equivalent.
That's true.
Yeah, but I thought maybe you were going to say like pipe cleaner, like antennae. We could have done that.
Antennae?
It would have been that we should have worn those. Like it would be impossible. It would be impossible, of course, to control them by remote control.
Not impossible. We just have to have somebody stand off to the side controlling them.
And absolutely great. So we're going to take a little break here and eat some more food for your viewing pleasure. And there's good cinnamon bread.
Sarah's cinnamon bread is really good.
Yep, it's amazing. My mom makes really good pumpkin bread. I don't know if you like pumpkin bread, but she always makes it around this time, so we should get a loaf or two here pretty quick.
Cool.
Hey Eric, you want to tell people about the really cool thing we did the other day with Vince?
Oh yeah.
That was
the
fun.
other day we went on a car ride.
We did with Vince.
Really cool.
Mm-hmm. And where did he take us?
Well, we went to a bar that had it had a bunch of taps that you could a bunch of different kinds.
Were you like sample beers?
Yeah, where you could sample beers and you could just get a little bit. And then we walked outside and nearby was another bar, and we walked over there. Well, we drove over there, and it was called Up Down, and it is a
downtown Kansas City.
It's a barcade.
Mm-hmm. It's a nostalgic bar with a bunch of arcade machines. We actually have two of those here in town.
It's pretty dope.
But this one is a lot cooler, I think, than the other one. I like them both.
I agree.
But this one,
I haven't been to the other one. I agree.
Yeah, I've been to the other one. This one had a bunch of arcade machines I used a lot. I played a lot when I was a kid. It has, of course, it has a Galaga machine. Everybody's got a Galaga machine. But it has a Galaga machine in a better place than most of the places that I see around here. They usually are in a place where you end up with glare and you can't play Galaga with glare.
Mm-hmm.
It adds an extra degree of unfun difficulty.
They also had
the
pinball machine, or the Iron Man pinball machine, which I've not played before.
And the and the new Ghostbusters machine that just came out this year, which is glorious. It's one of the best pinball machines I've played in a long, long time. If you find it anywhere, play it. It's amazing. But a lot of stuff I haven't seen in a long time. A lot of Sega machines. They had a Hydro Thunder there. They had Crazy Taxi. They had a House of the Dead machine, and the original House of the Dead machine, which I haven't seen in a long time.
Ninja Turtles and Turtles in Time. I've never seen both in the same place.
Me neither. And they had a lot of beat 'em ups.
They have the X-Men beat 'em up. They have the Avengers beat 'em up. They have the Simpsons beat 'em up, and Double Dragon.
I may see if
I was moving my fingers, but I wasn't actually counting as I was talking.
I love doing that. My only complaint with the machines was that they didn't have enough fighters, but they might move things in and out quite a bit. Hey, it's Lo. Hi, Curious Lo.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello.
Hey, Lo. Yeah, it's really difficult not to put words with Lo that turn into other words and stuff. But Connor's leaving. Bye, Connor, and hi, Lo. Hi, Lo.
Do you think maybe the same person? Have you ever seen Connor and Lo in the same place?
Well, no, but
see,
I've been to her house, and if she was able to hide it from me there, that's really impressive. But maybe so. Maybe she has a Connor cave.
Oh,
and she she had to have hid it in some way I've never seen before because she didn't have a clock. She didn't have like a grandfather.
Well,
clock.
did you check everything for a trigger?
Well, I didn't know I was looking for anything. I didn't know.
Always look for a trigger.
I mean, she probably just has a couch that turns into a bed.
You have one of those.
I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I do. But anyway, Eric, I think down the road I might see if I can get them to let me shoot that place. The arcade place.
Oh, okay.
Because I think it'd be really cool to
shoot.
No, would you pay attention? I think I'd be. You know what I'm talking about. I think it'd be really
I
cool.
do now. I was really confused for a second because we were talking about low.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think we're talking about Lowe's apartment.
This was a thing. No, but this is a thing that I meant to mention earlier. Like I did with the documentary with the comic shops. I think it'd be really cool to go in there and shoot it and have them talk about it because it is a neat place, and I'm going to start hanging out there. So anyway,
family lives in Kansas City. Wants to hang out with Captain Logan. Go to Uptown every day
and see when I show up. I'll show up there, and they've got things to do, and it's really inexpensive. Everything's a quarter.
You can feel like Bruce Wayne, but at an arcade,
and they have pizza.
Yeah,
okay,
really good pizza.
So big giant plug, I guess, for Uptown. But that place is great, and they did not pay me to say that. I just really like that place. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the next one now. And Lo, thanks for being here. It's good to see you. If you're going to watch it along with us, I know most people here are not watching the tick. They're just listening to us trying to help keep you up. What would this be like? And I mean, I really appreciate everybody saying they're having a lot of fun watching this, but I can't say I wholly understand that. But this is the thing we promised we would do, and we're trying to make it
a lot of people are it's probably 3 there, not 2.
Somebody just said I was gone. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody see me? Let's wait to start this until we see. It says the broadcasting is still happening. Somebody says they're seeing us too, so it might just be. Here. Yes, that's right. We're right here. Can I get a couple more people to verify that we are still on screen? And I was gone and I came back. Okay. Hopefully, there's not a lot of lag and stuff.
Off again?
No, it says it was. Lo says it was just a blip. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started, folks. Okay, so get a timestamp 0. Make sure that you are watching. What was the name of this episode? I just said it.
Arthur Needs Space.
Thank you very much, Arthur Needs Space, and we'll go ahead and get straight into it here in just a second. Everybody, please press play.
We should watch an episode with subtitles in Spanish.
Please press play right now. And see, it has that in common with a whole lot of sitcoms, right? Where there's that like opening guitar lick or piano lick or something.
Oh, this is this episode.
Yeah, I always forget that this is the same episode. Yeah. So this is weird because this is a subplot. It's kind of actually the A story with, even though it's not titled that way. Captain Liberty, where it actually goes through the whole episode and doesn't fall off any plays. I think his actually might. So, with Arthur's story in this episode, what
Dirty Magazine ships daily?
Good question. Yeah, I don't know. Pornography Daily? Is that a thing?
I said Dirty Magazine. You went adult.
I just used the word that means what we're talking about. I mean, it's gonna come up, right? So this is the episode where Captain Liberty is in a nude magazine, and it threatens her career, and she's just.
I've always been a little confused by that.
Yeah,
because it's not like it's pictures somebody. It's not like paparazzi pictures. She did a spread.
Yeah, it's true. And then she's like,
this actress.
And it's not like it comes back from years before or anything.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Go ahead.
This actress is in a lot of things. She is the main female alien in Galaxy Quest.
Galaxy Quest, good call.
She's a mom in Charlie Chocolate Factory. She's in Soul Plane.
Oh, I didn't know anything. I didn't think of anything or know anything. I don't think beyond Galaxy Quest.
She's also
and those eyebrows are hers.
She's also, I think,
it's like they cast her in Galaxy Quest just based on those eyebrows.
I think she's in Gotham. I think she's Penguin's new mom.
I think you're right. I think that is who that is.
Wow, she's an actress I started noticing showing up in everything.
Where she's a character actress, but not one anybody tends to talk about.
Yeah. She's in a lot of things.
Wow. So that's So the thing with Captain Liberty is the A story, and then the B story is Arthur is meeting an old flame from high school and is maybe going to. Okay, a-hole there is pretty funny. Is gonna try to start dating her.
Zipperneck.
Zipperneck, yes. But he but handshakes
What
are
a weak
always.
handshake.
We'll do another one later, and then I'll slap you. Anyway, so there's So we do a thing in this that we do with Tick a lot, where Tick is always following Arthur around. We've already kind of alluded to that earlier, and I think it was that way even in Error Order, where we saw that before this. But this calls back a lot to Carmelita. Of course, she's nothing like that character, and it's not nearly as cool, I don't think. But you got Arthur dating a girl that it might it has the potential to maybe get serious, but then of course she ends up only liking him for his costume, which is weird because it's the reverse of Carmelita, because Carmelita is wearing another Arthur suit, and that's what connects them together in the first place. So that's kind of interesting.
It's kind of a riff on the original Black Cat story with Spider-Man.
I don't know if you've seen any of Carmelita in the cartoon series. Probably not. Nope. But it's interesting how many kind of subtle callbacks and nods to that show there are, since they can't do things from it, which is weird because the show is also on Fox, and I don't know how the rights issues happened with that. I have no idea what that's about. I don't know who owns it. Because I thought Comedy Central just had rights
she
to
just
show
explained, she took pictures for a guy, and then he gave them to the magazine.
Oh, and it's been a while, because she says she doesn't look like that anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
So the Arthur side of this episode is better than hers. There is a lot of really funny writing in this episode, I think, if memory serves. I don't ultimately love either story, but his side is. And then when you get to the end, Batman Will has kind of the funniest thing he says in this entire series. We'll get there. And everybody's making Star Wars jokes. Little known fact: Eric does not like hot dogs.
I don't.
I'm telling everybody about all the personal things I know about you. So you don't like hot dogs. Eric's a real open book.
So this is,
and he owns nothing.
This is the 5th episode in a row where the plot is that Arthur kind of doesn't like the superhero side of life. It's not exactly the same, but it's him not liking the Tick.
That's a really good point you're making. I don't know why he's even put himself in this position. And that's what makes the sitcom thing with this difficult, right? Is that we have to keep and this is always the problem with sitcoms. We have to keep people perpetually stagnant and not let them grow because we feel the need to keep making the jokes all about the same things. You can have both. You could grow your characters and still have a joke of every 30 seconds kind of show.
Yeah. Friends actually does a pretty good job of growing the characters over the course of the show.
Sort of, but it's
they at least progress in life.
But not necessarily as people. There's still a lot of regression or just stagnation, I think, with that. I found it to be a difficult show to binge. I think when you're watching it over the course of the 9 or 11 years or whatever it was on, you don't notice that as much. And Seinfeld, or not Seinfeld,
Home Improvement.
No, I was going to say Frasier. Frasier has the same problem.
Oh, yeah.
Where after a while you're realizing, you were just recycling the same stories over and over and over again. Okay, where's he going to put it? Where's the Tick going to put the key? He does not have pockets.
He can tuck it in his mask.
I guess he could. That'd be a weird place to put a mask, right? Or to put a key, right? And then you're having a hamburger and go, oh, God! Place to put that key!
She almost always plays a mean lady. I'd stop myself from swearing. She almost always plays a mean lady. I don't know if I've ever seen her be a nice person.
She almost could have got away with being Barbara if you knew in Gotham, if we had known from the beginning that she would turn crazy.
Yeah.
Scary faces, but from the beginning. She really pulls off just totally screwed up, right?
Yeah. She kind of looks like Divatox a little bit in the face.
Good call. She would have made a really good Power Rangers villain. She really enjoys playing the mean lady. I know you know this, but other folks might not.
Bad Love.
That's great. I never noticed that before. So Nestor Carbonell, playing Batman well, he had before in comedy things that I've never seen, excuse me, apparently done this Mexican accent and was sick of doing that for laughs. And,
oh, really?
Yeah. And so you don't know this. When they cast him, he was cast before he knew he was going to have to do that. And he was like, please don't make me do that voice. No, we cast you because we want you to do that voice. So they made him do that voice. But since then, he's talked in interviews about how much he enjoyed doing the show and how much he misses it. That this was just a really good time for him. And of course, he's had a big career since then.
He was in The Dark Knight and
Rises. And he's in Lost. Bates Motel right now.
And Lost, right?
He's Richard Alpert in Lost.
This show, much like Firefly, is a show where I feel like a lot of the people that worked on the show talk about it really lovingly, and it comes up a lot in their interviews and things.
Lucas Corral asked, hang on, I gotta eat this bread. Yes, Curious Lo, we brought up Lost. Just for you.
Did she like Lost?
Because we love you. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Lo and I have talked about doing a series on Lost for a long time.
Too bad about the ending.
Yeah.
So what was the question we were answering?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, we're gonna answer a question. Feel free to ask questions, guys. Hey, Cap. We gotta spend some time. No, we gotta waste some time here. Oh, hold on, I gotta go back to it. He wants to know if I think it would be neat to see the Tick crossover with any DC properties in comic form. That seems to be a trend right now. First with Ninja Turtles, now with Power Rangers. And not just Ninja Turtles. We've been doing that a lot with things lately, and we had that great Star Trek Green Lantern crossover a couple years ago. I've been saying forever that Tick and 66 Batman is a no-brainer. And really ought to happen. I don't know what else. We have had the Tick crossover with a couple of other things. They did Invincible a few years ago.
I want the Tick and Lobo. And I want Lobo to be a bad influence on the Tick.
That sounds great.
Also Ambush Bug.
Oh, that dope channel says, okay, I just actually pledged $5 a month. Please slap me, Eric. I'm sorry, Eric. Oh, now I feel.
Can you verify that he actually?
Okay, well, look, I feel bad about it. I was joking. I was entirely joking.
Okay, we have to.
But I did promise this whole time, regardless of that I would probably.
Turbo Man always says, "You got to keep your promises if you want to keep your friends."
Really, you have to keep bringing that up. I mean, I know you haven't brought it up tonight with anyone, but you keep bringing it up with me.
It's a movie that I reference a lot. I guess it's a movie that you detest.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, unless somebody dropped right before he came on, I don't see anybody new.
He just wants to see somebody get slapped. It's sick what you're doing. It's sick.
I'll go in and see if I can find him in the actual pledge people. I don't know if he's still that dope channel, but anyway, this is not going to be an interesting commentary for anyone watching after the fact. So we should probably talk about this episode.
We're building tension.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
We're building up to the slap, possibly. It's a tension builder.
The possible slap. Oh my God, I'm still having issues with this stupid browser.
I was playing Shout Out the Time.
I do kind of hate Jingle All the Way, you guys. I don't like that.
I like it.
That's fine. It's like you can like bad things, just like anybody else. I don't tend to like things that are all about like two people like vying really hard for another thing superficially and not like.
But I think I like Sinbad and him. That movie lives and dies on them ripping off each other because Arnold Schwarzenegger's not funny, and that's kind of funny.
It's funny that he's not funny.
Yeah. I
don't see it. That script bothered me a lot. I don't know.
And I like that we have one line where we address the fact that we cast Arnold Schwarzenegger in a movie where the neighbor says, "Get bench press your way out of this one." It's the only time we address the fact that he's a monster.
Yeah, because that doesn't have anything to do with who he is in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's funny that you have all these like chauvinist guys and you have the men working sign right next to them. And so they're going to act that way.
Well, and they're construction workers.
Yeah, that's the primary
Okay, so we saw that picture, and that's not really that. Is a stereotype.
That is a stereotype. It's true.
Stereotype that I
men on the
intend
strip,
to break when I go into construction.
Is that what's going to happen?
It's going to happen.
He's like, hey, you knuckleheads, y'all stop doing that. Who wants a beer?
Stop going into the stereotype. That stereotype has kept our people down for generations. It's time to move on.
Yeah, our people, construction workers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we saw the page. We keep holding it like it's it's a centerfold.
You don't have superhero.
And it's not. There's like an interview half,
like what?
and that's just a picture of her.
You don't think that was provocative?
No, it's just kind of her stand. I mean,
that was probably also a publicity photo that they made for this show. Yeah. Did it have like solid bright red or bright blue in the background? Because I didn't notice it. I was busy reading people talking about crossovers and Schwarzenegger movies and Star Wars. That's pretty funny. Everybody from the Tick's perspective just saying blah, blah, blah all the time.
And then select words. Not even the words he seems to actually would be interested in, just random words.
If you could get away with acting like the Tick, you totally would. Like this version, you just go around being like, what? I have no idea what you're talking. How do you understand? Nope. The right to remain silent. You have the right to remain you. Like, it'd be really fun to act like the Tick all the time.
Except everyone would think you're drunk.
You know what? People think that about me all the time.
That's true.
Like, I already have that. It doesn't matter how reserved I am. Like, it's 2 in the morning. 2:30 in the morning. 2:30 in the morning.
Spoilers, guys.
And I'm sure there's people already. No, and that's the thing is I'm never drunk. I drink casually a little bit. I have a beer right now, but I'm having one, and that's, Eric will attest to you. That's all I usually do.
When he goes to sleep, there's beer in it, and it just feeds it while he's sleeping. Yeah.
Basically, when you do that with pumpkin beer, it's just like when you do it with anything else. It's something different and all. Will never. So this scene is great, and here it comes. General, is it your national anthem, America the Beautiful? And he goes, no! That might be. I love that line. I don't know why it cracks me up. Because I love that as a justification. You said America the Beautiful. That's your national. Oh. But yeah, this is a great scene.
Yeah.
Itself out of context is a really funny scene. Really funny if they did an episode where for some reason they made a statue of Captain Liberty. Like, I like the idea that you would base your superhero.
See, look, that's not really.
Oh, and he covers it, and that doesn't make any sense. She's fully clothed in that shot.
Yep.
And she's turned where you would see nothing, even if she wasn't wearing clothes. See, we're back to having to talk about nudity. There's no way around it with this episode. You can't, you have to. I wonder if we had kept going if Arthur would try to start making his superhero name the Moth.
Yeah. He really should have more than one costume.
Oh, Lo's going to sleep. She wanted to just pop in and say hi. Lo, see you later. We're going to try to we'll be doing late night tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Central Time. Time to sleep all day tomorrow. We'll see you then. That is the flag.
It is.
That's kind of great.
How much thought do you think went into where the corner of the with the stars in it would go? Because it's at the foot of the bed, and my brain would think you'd put it at the head of the bed.
I don't think as much as you're putting into it.
I don't know. It just looks wrong
Not at all. See, this is the kind of typical sitcom stuff that's not funny to me.
Yeah, no, I agree.
We always have to do these plots where, and you can have comedy coming out of somebody knowing a thing that another person doesn't have. I just hate it when that's forced and when we never learn from it. When a person does it on purpose, it never works, right? Like it always ends in tears. It never works where somebody is hiding something from someone else because it's like because they're afraid that person won't accept them because it's really shallow and superficial. Person doesn't accept them anyway. That always works out that way. It's a basic Friends plot. And that's my thing with Friends is that we're always doing that. That's a big thing I don't like about that show. Friends.
Oh, yeah.
Is that we're always doing that plot. We always do the, like, somebody's in a room that's not supposed to be there and they hide them in a closet and they, like...
Yeah. Oh, and what's weird about this is it's a costume. She has to know it's a costume. The idea that she would see him out of the costume like that is really strange. Like, that doesn't make sense in my brain.
As a Captain of Liberty, I'm sorry, but I don't understand how explaining sex that way to the Tick is supposed to make him understand what that is. Oh. And also, the magazine she just handed him.
Mm-hmm.
It's fully clothed. Well, I'm assuming actually she probably didn't hand him hers, because that'd be weird. So that's probably not what that was. That stun actually looks really good.
Yeah. The second thing I've seen where we use wings shooting out as a boner joke. The first one is Toy Story 2.
What does it want? In show, except we make it actually a joke about Stephen King's It. Have I told you about that?
I don't think so.
I'll have to show you that at some point. It's the Tick versus Proto-Clown. It's actually the Tick fighting a giant clown. And before we finally see the clown, everybody keeps referring to it just as It because they won't tell them what it is because they're all terrified of it. Mm-hmm. And it's somewhat of a parody of Doomsday, the way it like terrorizes the city and everybody leaves and stuff. And it's around a corner, and the Tick and Arthur have been at a place called Wheatland. they're at a theme park, and they come back. Where he's just calling it It, and he's like, "Oh, how bad could it be?" And then it comes out from behind a counter. Oh, it's a clown. I just love that joke. That's a great that's a great little shot there. The fake mouth shot. The only other place I can think of.
Why wouldn't they just go to her place? Sorry.
That's a really good point. The only place I can think of that I've seen the shooting through the mouth shot like that is Dennis the Menace.
Rugrats used to do a bunch.
Well, no, I mean in real, like a real.
Oh!
Like actually making a prop and shooting through it. Like, oh, now it's a Bane mask.
There's probably one in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, because we had that dumb backstory where like his dad was a dentist, and I wonder if maybe there's one there. I don't know.
The thing people always
Tim Burton's a hack.
Or do you feel like you're in charge?
That was a nice stunt there.
I don't know why the cat screamed like
I think she
with lag, like, but it didn't scream until she walked around the corner. Like we should have heard it when she landed. Screaming complaint, Eric.
I think you're thinking too much about cats and screaming.
Clearly, yes, I am. Yeah.
And she's
it's funny because the Tick hasn't learned it. Nope, she hasn't come back.
Okay, this is a good credits gag.
Yeah, this is one of the shows that will sometimes do like an outtakes thing, but it's not several outtakes. It's just if we had a long take that we didn't use the rest of, we'll do it.
Well, and I like that we're
champion episode.
We saw part of it we're seeing part of the scene that we already saw from a different angle. Can't you see I'm grieving here? Where it's not a mouth shot. So we're seeing
that's
that
true.
from.
So they thought maybe they'd shoot some of that that way too. No, that's a good point. Yeah. Every time they do that, it's always an extension of a scene you saw already.
Yeah. This is my favorite episode. Next one.
Yeah, and this is the one I don't know very well at all. Times, and it's been a long time.
I actually got to quote this episode. I don't know, at some point.
So you'll have a lot more to say about this one than I do. I have been meaning to go back and watch it again. So I'll get it to timestamp 0, and we'll take another break.
We had a conversation at some point where mountaintops came up, and I was like, dude.
See, that line I remember, but I can never remember what episode it comes from.
All of his lines are like that. In this.
My turn to take a break, so I'm going to run off, and Eric is going to take over for a couple
minutes. Don't put this pressure on me.
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
Don't put this pressure on me.
The pressure's on you, Eric. Take care of it. All right, I'll be right back.
Well, I can't see the comments, so I should probably move to your chair.
Oh, yeah, you probably should. Well, you can have my chair for a minute. You can commandeer the captain's seat.
The chair.
Yeah, the chair.
The chair.
What if somebody else sits in and it gets electrocuted?
Oh, no. That doesn't sound good. Hey, everybody. I'll have Cap check on that when he gets back about changing your Patreon name. Tim Burton's a hack. Sorry. We're gonna check. I don't know how to do that. Cap's gonna check. Cherik. Okay, I swear I'm gonna have Cap look when he gets back. I don't know how to do that. So what'd you guys have for dinner? Oh, hey, the real Avatar Blues has a Comrade avatar. That's cool. I don't know what Cap did while I was gone. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Boo-doo-pop. Boo-doo-pop. I don't know. What am I doing? How did you get the interview Linkara a while ago, by the way? I asked him. Let's see, I got a Whopper, I got tater tots, sandwich. That's what everybody had for dinner. Also, the Dope Channel says he changed his Patreon name to Please Slap Eric, and then his picture is of a slap to prove that he pledged $5.
Eric, get out of my chair! There we go, we've done it.
It's done.
It's done. We've done it. Well, I can cross that off my bucket list.
You know, more and more videos that have moved here involve you hitting me.
I know. There's a lot of violence on Geekvolution now. I don't know what happened there. I would feel the need to apologize if it wasn't so much fun. You know.
Who says yes?
Oh, people are so excited. Well, it's the Dope Channel. It's Please Slap Eric on Patreon. Doesn't change it back because that's great. I'm gonna check and see if I can actually find that pledge because that was weird. I didn't.
Yeah, I told him that you'd do that.
I didn't see it right away. Somebody must have left, and I apologize if I did something tonight that made somebody leave during the show. I certainly don't mean to overly promote Patreon, but I wanted people to know what we do there.
Well, and this is coming from Patreon.
Yes, and we do some really cool things there that people are appreciating. So I just wanted to let people know about it. Anyway, having issues with this browser. I'll take a look at it later, guys. We're lucky we're even.
I may have gotten slapped for no reason.
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't think that's what happened. Anyway. Well, thanks for pledging. We sure appreciate it. That's super cool of you. And once again, as always, not a thing we expect anybody to do. Thanks for watching. Big deal to me that anybody thinks it's cool to just listen to us talk about things.
Yeah.
Once again, so neat that you guys make it possible for us to do this just by being interested and watching videos.
Well, and not to continue to plug Patreon, but if you like this. We do a series of videos on Patreon called Fly on the Wall, where it's just us talking.
And we've been putting those out pretty much weekly.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes when Eric and I are just having a regular conversation, and we know we're probably going to be sitting around talking for a while, we'll just put a camera
Which
on
happens
us.
pretty frequently.
And we'll just put a camera on us, and then we'll post that to Patreon, and people are enjoying it. Anyway, well, Eric,
and you get the coveted swears.
That's right. Yeah, that happens every now and again. But we can't do it tonight.
Nope.
Because this is one of those boring normal videos.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding. All right. So thanks, Aaron James. Aaron James says he loves the tick and he's really enjoying these commentaries. Once again, first time we've ever done anything like this, watching through the entire series of something. Not a lot of other things we could do this with, really, watching the whole series in a single evening.
A lot of Fox shows we could do it with.
Well, that's true, but most of them wouldn't be a half an hour long.
That's true.
So even
we couldn't do this with Firefly.
Firefly would be hard. It would take you 10 hours?
And I would have to leave at the end because I've never watched the last episode.
Eric won't watch the last episode of Firefly because he wants there to be one he's never seen.
Once we finally get a show, there's always more Firefly.
And I've always I haven't made fun of you, but I'm disappointed because that's a good episode, and I want you to see it.
Everyone says that.
But I have to admit that I kind of wish I'd done that with Star Trek. And now that we're actually getting more Star Trek again, I don't mind it as much because there is now Trek.
How great would it be if you got to finally watch that episode now?
Yeah. Well, and what's funny is there are like episodes here and there that I haven't watched much that I barely remember. So every now and again I'll watch one, I'll be like, I must have seen this, but I don't remember. Like there's some Voyager like that, there's some DS9 like that. Yeah. Channel, would a marathon of Spawn episodes be too traumatic-inducing, Cap? Not if it was 3. It was not traumatic. I mean, legitimately, I like that show.
I think when we it's just the second season. I think when we were first talking about this concept, Spawn was a thing that we thought of.
Yes. Yeah, it was. And that's the thing we could binge a whole season of because it's only 6 episodes.
Yeah.
This is something that I think people on the channel don't know about, Eric, so maybe we should reveal. We're just doing a lot of revealing things this evening, and then we'll go ahead and get to the next episode.
I'm a man!
That was a little anticlimactic, really. So posted a somewhat cryptic message the other day on Facebook that said, it has finally happened. I have Spawn and I broke up. And what that means is I finally sold my Spawn comic collection, which was a difficult thing to do, and I'm still
go there for a little bit.
I'm still reeling from it a little bit. Eric will tell you it was 2 or 3 weeks before I decided to finally do it. I had an offer from my comic shop, and I didn't take it for a long time. And then he said the guy that really wanted it kept bugging him, and he offered me a little bit more money. And yeah, I have now sold my Spawn comic collection.
I'm with the dopest channel. I'm waiting for Savage Dragon Solstice.
Savage Dragon Solstice, yeah.
But that's not Cap. That's Duke. If Cap does, it doesn't count.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, it feels really weird. Those are books I'm probably not going to go back to. But I feel weird as a collector rid of those. And I know things will come up where I'll really feel weird about it. And
you got the best Spawn stuff over there on your shelf.
It's a really good point. Yeah, I sure do. And I will probably buy some of it back and trade at some point. You're gonna have to stop me from buying the singles back.
At least the early stuff.
Yeah. Maybe not go all the way because it gets really boring and pointless, and a lot of it I'll never read again.
Well, Spawn's great up until 50.
Spawn,
and then he goes to hell, and it's never good again.
Precisely.
Yeah. It gets less interesting.
Eric will tell you I hardly ever sell anything. I've kept a lot of things from when I was a kid. But that was a thing where it was weird, but it almost like I feel weird about it, but it's also somewhat cathartic at the same time because I almost liked the idea of selling them because it wasn't my idea. Like I said, I had an offer on them, and I finally decided to go ahead and do that. The deal is the other side of it though is it prevents me from being tempted to go back and read them again because as much as that drove me crazy and was bad for my brain and stuff, it's like eating Taco Bell every day. It's not good for your brain. But as bad as that was for my brain, it's
even worse for your soul.
Still a little bit nostalgic. There's still a part of me that sometimes.
Well, and we had that. I think it's on one of the Fly in the Walls. We're just talking about Spawn. We're like, God, I really want it to be good. It's so cool.
Yeah, and we had an anchor in to sit down and watch some of the series, which instead we just watched Todd McFarlane talk. Yeah, I'd rather not say exactly how much I got for the collection. But it was decent.
It was $10 million. He's retiring from Geekvolution.
It's not $10 million, and it's not retirement money, and I've already sunk it in other things. But Taco Bell was fun and I just mean in that it's not good for you. Like, I actually think Taco Bell, comparatively to the other things we're talking about, is better than Spawn.
Because necroplasm.
Anyway, okay, let's go ahead and get on to the next episode. This one is called 6. Do you remember?
It's called Couples.
Couples. Thank you. Again, an episode that I don't know that well. Get out your tick box set. Get it to that episode, get it to timestamp 0, and get ready to press play. Here we go, Eric. Everybody, please press play right now. Hold on, not yet.
You already said now.
I did not get only $5, okay? Everybody back up, and then please press play right! See, I have to say it like that. I say now, or it doesn't count. It doesn't actually count. As now,
there is a British knockoff of Friends called Couplings, and it was show ran by Stephen Moffat.
What that's like? Weird.
Yep.
More stunt work than normal in this show, or at least more out and about on rooftops stuff in this particular episode. And who puts gum on a roof? Greg Peck, I swear by the end of the night there will be a small indentation on the Tick DVD box from where Cap keeps grabbing it. Am I really am I pushing on it that hard? It's like the Tick!
Now, Friendly Fire is in the comics.
Yes,
but the Fiery Blaze is not.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think they just made him a sidekick. This is inherently a really good idea.
Yeah.
Having the duo that's been together for a long time, that seems to be working out, and then seeing the problems they're having and comparing those to Tick and Arthur. And this is one of the episodes, and again, I think it's earlier, so Eric, you might not have as many issues if we saw this in at least aired order, if not whatever the intended order was, with Arthur not liking being a superhero and not wanting to be with Tick if this was in a different order, because or maybe you need this later.
Well, and this is another one that's also kind of like that, because it's him not wanting to be a sidekick. But
it's him appreciating it more in comparison, is the point I'm making. But maybe you do need that later, because otherwise it looks like a regression again. I don't know who that actor is, do you?
I don't know. And obviously this is, a marriage metaphor.
Yes, of course. And Tick and Arthur often is that. More with that in the episode where he thought he was married.
I love Ron Perlman.
I do too. It's crazy he was in this show. And I wonder if we might not have gotten more stars in this show.
When he does Blade 2 right after this, I think.
Really?
I Blade's 99. I think Blade 2's 02.
As much as people like Ron Perlman, I don't know how he's not a bigger actor than he is.
I have no idea.
Like, he's maybe not an A-list actor, but he's one of those beloved kind of underground kinds of things, and I don't know why. It seems like he should be bigger than that.
Does that happen without Guillermo del Toro? Don't we all kind of love him because we discovered him with Hellboy?
That's true. I thought he was an actor people knew before that from something that I just don't know what it was.
It's Beauty and the Beast. He does a TV show in the 80s called Beauty and the Beast with Linda
Is that him?
That's him.
I know what Beauty and the Beast is. I didn't realize that was Ron Perlman.
Yeah, that's
okay.
It's why they wanted him for Hellboy, because he can act through makeup well. See,
I found myself surprised that he would even do TV, thinking he was mostly a movie actor, but that's not the case.
Nope.
And he's in that great Punisher short film.
Yes.
I like that a lot. I like him in that a lot. For an 11-minute short, I can't believe how long I wrote about that in Superhero One. The Dead Dope Channel says, I always assume Perlman just doesn't love the spotlight. That might be true, but I think it's more likely that he's just not getting roles for some reason.
Well, and he's not a leading man. He works well as Hellboy, but
Beyond that
character's kind of responsibility. I don't think he's really a leading man.
I guess, but
Well, you know what?
You might have said that about Michael Chiklis,
he had
too.
Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, okay. Is that him, too?
He is one of the lead characters in that show.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I've never seen it, but I know.
Thing.
Yeah, it's like 7 seasons.
Oh, okay. So he's been on a thing for a long time.
Yeah.
Because I've never watched that.
It's like the only reason I was ever interested in watching that show. I've never seen it. I like Ron Perlman.
I just always think of him as really culty.
I mean, my mom knows who he is, and I kind of rate things on cult status.
Is that the scale?
My mom knows.
Yeah. That's your barometer.
Yeah.
If my mom knows it.
It's a pretty good barometer.
Yeah. Mom so much.
Like Lone Ranger.
Maybe so. But she seems to keep up with movies pretty well, my mom. I actually agree with Batman well there. With like his distinction between lone and lonely.
Yeah, or alone. Yeah.
Or alone, yeah. But they're talking about, she says, am I lonely? So that's what they're talking about.
But of course, the thing is that lone.
Yes.
They are alone.
Especially because he's
a baby in that thing.
Obviously, what he really wants is companionship. Well, and it sounded more like a chipmunk than a baby, so... Woof, there it is. Is a great name for a pet store.
Yeah, it is.
Joke, is that funny?
I think it's hysterical.
Everybody likes it. I don't get it. Dope Channel says Eric's mom confirmed barometer. Your mom is the barometer. See how you can change the meanings of things with inflection? The company of folks. It's a good line.
Does the Tick have to shave?
Boy, there's some good writing in this. The Tick should not have to shave, and I don't think he actually is shaving.
No, he's not. He's goofing around.
Doesn't, and I think we do. You know what? That's actually a thing. In the cartoon show, there's an episode called That Mustache Feeling. And it's about an old weapon used created for World War II. That's a mustache that sits on your face until you need to use it to fight people, and it's great. And the Tick ends up with it, and he just wakes up one day and he has it. Street acting like he's all tough stuff, and Arthur's talking about how he's never grown any facial hair. Like in the whole time he's on. That guy's in an episode of Angel.
I was gonna say I think he's a working character actor.
Yeah.
Who was he in Angel?
Okay, do you remember the episode with the guy who almost destroys the universe because he wants to stop time for a second with his girlfriend? That's who that is. See, this is the problem with Captain Liberty, is that this guy stands here and explains to us everything that's wrong with her and why she's not interesting.
Yeah.
Grows from this stuff, and Destroyo does exactly the same thing.
Well, and again, it's only 9 episodes.
Yeah. I think we would have ever moved past it.
I don't know, because I don't know what this show looks like in season 2.
I think it looks the same, but funnier. I mean, that's the best I've got. I don't know. I would have liked an expanded supporting cast, not like 8 people that are in every episode, just more recurring characters,
Yeah.
People like these guys that maybe came in every now and again.
Yeah.
Heroes that pop in and out. I never loved the idea of a 4-man ensemble cast in this show just because it's a sitcom and you have to have the peripherals that are always there. I think the Tick's at its best when it's the Tick and Arthur and then not the same magnanimous folks I know, like people that come in and out. It's just any chance I get to say magnanimous.
Offering to bring aspirin to like me, or I'll swallow a bottle of pills.
George says anyway. I'm one of the 3 people that never got into the Tick. No, that's not true. No. Don't worry. There are fewer of us than there are of you. In fact, and I feel like I brought this up in a not Patreon video recently, maybe not, but I am seriously considering going in and working on fixing the Tick wiki because nobody's working on it, and it's like a placeholder page, and there's not much there.
was on the
I think it was a Patreon. Oh, I thought it was the Patreon live show where I brought it up.
Maybe it was.
Yeah. That's worth mentioning here. We're watching The Tick. I do like this this comedic commentary on superheroes and their sidekicks and what sidekicks are for. You know, are they
sidekicks supposed to put cat back on a toothpaste?
Assistants or nearly slaves, or are they actually partners? But it's weird. Like I there's the go tell it on the mountain lane.
I love his
Perlman is clearly really enjoying this role too. It's great.
It's a bummer because he drops out for most of the rest of the episode until the end. He focused on Friendly Fire. No, he's good.
But yeah, it's kind of this contradiction we make a lot with superheroes and sidekicks, where we call them sidekicks, and yet we also often will call them partners.
Mm-hmm. Really
be both. Oh, we have a confirmation there of exactly how old Captain Liberty is. He's 29.
He's watching porn. Like you can tell from the sound effects.
And then yes, I remember
the subtitles reiterated porn playing on TV.
Really? Oh, that's hilarious. Well, that's better than writing out the grunts, right? It's better than that.
Using in subtitles.
Well, it'd probably say like video playing, and then it would reiterate the grunts. Daniel Davis, I'm a big fan of The Tick. I'd be willing to edit the wiki. See, maybe I could build a team.
Yeah, maybe you could.
Maybe I could like make a video at some point and like recruit some people to help me work on it.
The Tickspert team.
I think that'd be really cool. I mean, obviously it's a Wikipedia, so like, you know, I don't have to be in charge of it, but I think, I go in and you know, work on it a lot. So maybe I could get some other people, you know, commandeer some folks, get some people to help me work on it. Maybe I can help try to organize it and have different people work on different parts of it.
Yeah.
And I have most of the comics, so I'd probably end up working on the comic side. I do a lot of the cartoon show too, just because I know it so well. But obviously there's a lot of different parts of that you could do. Kiss my ash. Get it? Because
the joke's always funny when you explain it.
That's right. That's right. They're always funny when you
keep telling me.
When I talked about this a couple times in the early mid 2000s, I worked at my junior high alum, and I ran a comic book club there for them, and we had and I let everybody pick their own superhero names, which was funny because then I never knew what these kids' names were. I always called them the superhero names, so I never knew their names. There was one kid named John. I remember that. Everybody else, I had no idea what their names were. We had this one kid that came in from the elementary school. He was in like 3rd or 4th grade. He called himself Fireman, which I always thought was great because like I always wanted him to be like Fireman, and then by day he's a fireman.
There's a Mega Man boss, Fireman.
And then no, it was not Johnny Torch. And then we had my favorite was the Atomic Boom. And the Atomic Boom's power was he could blow up and pull himself back together again.
My friends and I one day were joking around about like because there's real life superheroes. If we became real life super villains, what our names would be? And he went dark immediately with Dr. Napalm. But he did come up with the best real world villain gimmick.
Mr. Anthrax?
No. You get trolled for that. An equivalent supervillain to the real world superhero.
I was trying to think of something worse than Dr. Napalm. Sorry, go ahead. Did I manage it?
But he came up with this idea.
There's an Anthrax joke in the episode with Destroy. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You'd carry around a bucket of water and you'd throw it on people's cell phones. You'd just be a public nuisance. It's about the level of real life superheroes. You'd be a real life supervillain. I don't know what name that guy would have, but
I think we could do an amusing running gag in the show if they had wanted to. Where Arthur, like a few episodes in a row, just kept having to put people up in his apartment, and they had way too many people in his apartment. And they were all superheroes. And then it became like the superhero headquarters.
You need that on a sign.
When the company says it's an iceberg.
I might not have all the answers, but I'm the captain.
I like mine better. Well, everybody, thanks a lot for watching. If you're here live, good to see you. If you just tuned in, I said this earlier, I was like, if you just tuned in either live or after the fact, I don't know why you would do that. Would you click it and then go to the middle? Like, you'd be watching probably from the beginning. Anyway, we're watching The Tick, the Patrick Warburton show. We're on right now the 6th episode of the show. We're watching Couples. We'll be going to the 2nd disc here in a minute with the final 3 episodes.
Oh boy.
It is 3 a.m. This is going to take a little longer than we thought maybe.
Yeah, we were thinking we'd be done with it.
I should have done better with the math. Well, we took breaks in between too.
Yeah.
So. But we're having a good time. That, I think, is Fishboy Lost Prince of Atlantis.
We'll find out in a second.
Fishboy Lost Prince of Atlantis. There he is. I don't like their Fishboy. I wish they could make him look a little bit more like he does in the comics.
I like it. I like the gag about his webbed hands.
Oh yeah, I like that too. But I think he might have those in the comics too. I can't remember. And he looks different in the comics than he does in the cartoon show. That's another example of a character they can use because it wasn't in the cartoon, because it predates the cartoon show.
I think he's somebody now too. I think.
Do you remember Fishboy when I showed you Ants and Pants?
Yes, yes.
I was just wondering if you recognized who that was.
It's on the wiki that he's referred to as something else. You're like, I don't remember being referred to as that. Missing.
I'll have to go find that somewhere. Missy? Sir! All these sidekicks sitting around complaining about their partners. For some reason, I'm reminded of all the victims of the Purple Man and Jessica Jones. How much more disturbing these scenes can be, apparently, in other things.
I'm not sure. When you...
Greg Peck, it might be 3 a.m., but you can make it. If I can make it, you can make it.
If we transfer this
pressure. We don't do peer pressure here on Geekvolution. You can make it.
If we transfer this back to... Like, if we unmetaphor this to being couples, I'm not sure how I feel about the resolution of it's okay to have problems because other people's problems are always going to be worse than yours.
That's a really good point. Yeah. But on the other hand, it is important to have perspective. It is good. That is maybe a life lesson, right? Like, it's true that, like...
I really like this gag. I think it's the darkest we might go in this entire show. Up?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. But on the one hand, it is true. On the other hand, you're right that you don't want it to be, well, there's no reason for us to make compromises or try to fix our problems because it's always going to... Like, Arthur needs to realize the thing he needs to do is not just come back, but and I forget how this resolves because I haven't watched this in a while. But also, the Tick needs to understand that he shouldn't turn into Fiery Blaze. Have to compromise. I don't know if the Tick ever says "not invulnerable" in this show. I love that.
I don't think.
Says, I'm not insane. I mean, you're not insane. That's very helpful for me. That helps fill in the gaps.
I have to call it Mr. Lucidity.
Sir. Oh, Michael Storm. It's 11 o'clock during the day for him. Well, you can make it too, sir. You can make it.
Where would that be? 11 o'clock during the day right now. Is that
maybe Australia, or are they even farther than that? I'm not sure. Maybe he'll tell us. 4 a.m. for Daniel Davis. We'll see how many folks we can keep all the way through.
Yeah.
We've just got 3 episodes left after this, folks. It should take only about another hour. Than an hour.
And maybe we can cut down the breaks a little bit.
We won't have long breaks, most certainly, yeah. Well, and Friendly Fire shouldn't think that's going to work because left that group saying,
With
this isn't for me. Duocracy, that's great. I also like Friendly Fire as a sidekick name as opposed to a regular superhero.
Yeah.
I just think that's great because it suggests that you're expendable. Yeah, I totally forgot that this dog had a grenade. Again, this weirdly feels super sitcom-y, except you wouldn't usually do this in a show.
No. This wouldn't be the resolution in a sitcom.
No, that's true. I guess we do things with pets and messing up everything and
yeah,
a lot in the show. And that's probably why I'm thinking this feels really sitcom-y. But it's maybe a little bit of a reversal of that because it ends exactly the opposite of the way that would usually end. We blew up the dog. Oh, it's gross. I mean, it doesn't really look like dog pieces.
I don't think it's supposed to be dog pieces.
No?
No, because they're
supposed to be just part of the collar?
Well, I think because he tore the apartment apart. I think it's supposed to be parts of like fabric and stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay. Or maybe we could say puppy pieces. Have you ever had puppy pieces? Eric?
No. All right, I was watching Apartment. He's so good in this.
Well, that's fine. You know what? I'm sorry for interrupting your show, Eric.
I'm watching my stories.
Greg Peck. No, I don't need another sandwich.
Crime Station's a mess. No will to fight crime.
Well, I guess this is a case where he has fire powers.
Yeah.
Does Fireblaze also? Or is it Fireblaze? Does Friendly Fire also have fire powers?
I don't think so.
Which makes it funnier.
Yeah.
Because the Friendly Fire would happen to him. I love that. You're right. Tick gets a lot of really funny lines in this.
Yeah.
Some of his better lines are in this.
I think his best lines are actually in the Destroyo episode. I think that's the best Tick line.
Yeah, and we're about to get to a couple of the best episodes here. And I know you think it's one of the better episodes too. And it is. It's quite good. I just don't. I didn't know it super well. They're carrying groceries. Now, is this an extension, or did we not actually get the scene?
No.
This is actually the end of the episode. Yeah. Like they shot too much. They couldn't get it all in. Batman Liberty, Catman Well. That's pretty good. No, I think most of his best lines...
the dog's not dead.
Oh, the dog's not... They did that just to show you that the dog wasn't dead.
Yeah.
Weird.
What if that was a Fox note?
I don't know how he survived that.
There is commentary on that episode,
maybe he spit it out? And that's... Maybe like he spits the grenade out?
Maybe.
I don't know. All right, we're going to switch to the next disc. But I was going to say, Eric, I think the... I think a lot of his best lines come from the pilot and then from the Justice League episode.
Yeah.
Because, that's got my favorite line.
Yep.
We're going to get there pretty soon. I don't know the order of these because it's long.
I think it's Immortal.
Oh, and we haven't even done the Immortal yet. And like I said, that was the second or third episode that aired. And doesn't that feel like an early episode?
It does. I'm actually surprised we have not gotten to it yet.
Yeah, this is just all kind of wacky.
I think it's Immortal.
I know we're watching the Tick, but I mean the order of it.
Destroyo, and then the League. I might be wrong. The first two might be flipped.
Aaron James claims that the guy, his name is Patrick Breen, which is funny. The Breen are a race in Star Trek. That guy playing Friendly Fire was also one of the aliens in Galaxy Quest.
Oh wow! I think he's the one that dies in what's his name's
toward the end, and he has the by Grapthar's hammer.
Yes. I think that might be him.
Yeah, that must be who that is because he's the young one.
Yeah, and you can kind of see it in the face.
Mm-hmm.
So the funeral, it is the Immortal, and then
the Big Leagues is and the Big Leagues doesn't work as the last episode either.
No.
The Terror actually, like it or not, it works as the last episode.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay. We're celebrating our year, and you get a year, and you're done.
Yeah.
as Lex Luthor would say, the episode order is wrong. Okay, here we go. Everybody, get your copy of the funeral
hold on.
ready.
We have to get through all the nonsense,
the warnings, the things that tell us not to duplicate this material, which is, why we're not showing it to you. We'll pretend like that's the reason. Okay, so once again, watching the tick. We're on the second disc. We are looking at Eric sleeping, but also we're gonna watch the funeral, which is an episode that again more and more has grown on me. Especially comparing them to episodes that I thought I liked more than I am liking. There were a couple of those. So this has been really interesting to go back and study a little bit with you, Eric.
My eyes are so heavy, I think they're gonna fall out of my skull.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. You gonna make it?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it.
Am I gonna get stuck by myself?
I stay up late more often than you do.
I know.
Or at least I used to before I came here.
Or later than me. I stay up late a lot. But all right, here we go, folks. Everybody, make sure you're at timestamp 0, and we're gonna go ahead and get started here. Everybody, please press play right now. I love the speech.
The guy that we were talking about earlier, that co-created Venture Brothers.
Yeah.
We found out this is the one episode of the series he writes.
Just for dead people. Again, I think it's just the situation I don't like, and Sarah hates this episode, and that's rubbed off on me a little bit.
Well, and you've always said that it's such like a sitcom premise, and I've never thought this was.
Really?
Yeah. Name 6 sitcoms where they have to move like a dead body.
I don't mean exactly the specific trappings. I mean, again, that thing where everybody's trying to hide something from somebody else or everybody else, and like...
Well, but it's a little bit more superhero because we're moving it across town, and...
Well, that's true, but I also always kind of resisted it because it's so non-heroic.
Yeah. They're not really heroes in the show. I love
that's
all
the
of these
problem
gags
is
of
that
them
they are
wearing
and they
the-
aren't, and the show wants you to think they are. Also, skullduggery is not a word that people use nearly enough.
No, I agree.
That's wonderful.
How have we not made a pirate film called Skullduggery?
It's a good, or skullduggery ahead. That'd be a good name for a movie. We should mention that the Immortal is just in the idea of what he is kind of similar to this new character we have in the new show. It reminded me of the Immortal.
He reminds me a little bit more of Champion.
Well, I think he's kind of a mix of those, in a way, but we don't really know what he's up to yet.
Yeah.
So that makes that kind of hard. But I just mean the idea that there is an immortal superhero in the TIG.
Sure.
Because those are the only 2 places I know of that, and there might be something in the comics that I don't know about. That's a thing, the TIG... that's also a standard TIG thing, is that for some reason he's really good at math.
Well, I mean, -3.
He does that in the Multiple Santa episode of the cartoon show, where he like counts down the seconds, the shopping seconds till Christmas.
Is this the episode where Arthur asks the girl out?
Yes.
And we never follow up on it?
That's another thing.
I bet you that would be followed up on if we had more episodes.
Probably so, but then why is it that he's dating a chick at the end of an episode and then we don't come back to that either? Like you were suggesting earlier. That renewal would mean that you would ever get either of them again.
Yeah.
And this is the one that works out better, right? Like, it seems like by the end they're like really into each other.
Mm-hmm.
If memory serves. I have to confess, I haven't watched the show in a good long time. Besides maybe the pilot
I have
somewhere
watched
for some
it
reason.
in the past 2 years.
Okay. I watched through it in a long time. Dope Channel says there are actually 2 films called Skullduggery.
I actually knew about one of them, but it is not a pirate film.
May I say, by the way, that the girl that's really into Arthur in this episode is really attractive.
I was actually going to say the same thing.
And I like her a lot. I think she just has a really like unique kind of affect about her. I'm surprised I haven't seen her in other things.
She reminds me a little bit of Kaylee.
I don't get that from her at all. Really?
Yeah,
no, I don't get that
just
at
in
all.
look, not necessarily in.
I don't even see it in the look. But okay.
I'm not saying she looks like her. I don't know. She's a similar vibe. No, I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're
Yeah,
getting
no. Just when she's sitting there, I don't know. Look, it's all blurry.
You're just saying things.
It's all blurry.
And you're wearing your glasses! Come on! Greg Peck wants to know what he missed. Well, you missed Eric saying people look like people they don't look
When
like.
did you leave?
And what's that now?
I said, when did you leave?
Oh, well, that's a good point. I don't know. I'm not
A
sure when he
couple
left.
thousand years of human history to catch up on, depending on when you left.
That's true, yeah. I love the immoral calling God. I think that's hilarious.
Oh, I thought he was calling the Pope.
Oh, that's true. No, I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, so that's fun because he's God angle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's assuming.
And I don't.
there's a direct link
We
to
don't find
God
out what
or-
he's talking about. He's just like, what's the God angle on this whole thing?
So this is kind of a comedic but cynical thing where most of the superheroes in the show are just out for themselves and kind of scumbags. And most of them are womanizers. And I think that's just making fun of traditional early superhero culture where most of them are men and the only women we get are knockoffs of guys. And it's a men's club, but we don't talk about it that way.
Right?
Sure.
A lot of male celebrities are very promiscuous.
Yeah, and they start seeing themselves like other people see them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's really parroting like real world things and comic book things there, or like poking fun at.
Well, and we
things.
did the celebrity superhero thing a bunch.
You kill the immortal seems like a line you just have to have, right? Like,
yeah.
You build this whole premise just around that, like. We have a lot of fun lines like that in The Tick where it's either like an absurd contradiction or a really obvious thing, and somehow rather those two things you kind of equate in my mind, like Arthur's line in the cartoon show with the aliens. For some reason that episode title's not coming to me. But where he says, ever since I got my mind back, I've been doing some thinking. I love stuff like that.
So, where does this fall around Heat Vision on Smallville? Smallville also does when he gets excited.
Well, it's the year it starts, but we don't have that until the second season. So
Smallville ripped it off from the Tick.
Yes, I'm sure that's what happened. Yeah. Tick versus Big Nothing. That's the name of that episode. In case anybody cares. I speak episode title on exactly two things. Well, speak it well. Star Trek and the Tick. Tell your friends.
And Spawn.
I'll speak episode title with Spawn.
Can you do issue titles?
No, and not. I mean, I could do some of it back when I was doing Spawn here, but I've purged a great deal of that from my memory. Like, dude, they're gone. Okay. I bought pop figures and I bought.
We'll do it from memory. We got a lot of things or you got a lot of things for more content on the channel.
I did. I sure did. And pop figures. Greg Peck, for what it's worth, Cap, you're the reason I ever saw the cartoon show, so thank you for that. Well, and Redler and Tilly's too. I hope you guys enjoyed it because it's one of my favorite things.
It's kind of weird how we shoot this.
Like
it's a reveal.
Shot?
I mean, I guess it kind of is, but
I think they think him in that costume is funnier than I think it is.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a little funny, but not as funny as they think.
Not funny enough for a POV shot from his perspective. And I think we do that maybe a little bit too often in the show.
I like his immortal voice.
Oh, no, it's great. because that's an American guy pretending to be Hispanic, pretending to be American. That immediately makes it funnier. This is also the closest the Tick ever gets to a real character arc in the show. To learn what death is. And that even a fiddler crab can die. No one is where in his book does he mention that he's dead. It's a really profound episode. I learned a lot from this. How could he be the one if he's dead?
Well, if we're going by the logic of Jet Li's the one, there are multiple versions of you, and you have to kill yourself to gain the power. It disperses amongst the other the ones.
You know, I watched half an hour of that and I couldn't get through it.
I saw it when it first came out on DVD, and I've never gone back to it. I just remembered the premise.
I tried to watch it. I think it was something to do with production value. I just couldn't.
Well, I'm
disbelief.
pretty sure it was a Chinese film.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot more foreign films now, so I would maybe enjoy it now if it's a good story. I was not used to watching anything really from other countries at all back then.
Because that's right around when Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon comes out, and we're doing some more of that.
But see, that I enjoyed.
I've never seen
and saw when it came out.
Watch it when it hit.
I saw it like a couple years after it came out, excuse me.
Initially comes out, I'm like 11, and I try to watch it, and I'm like, this is the most boring thing. I thought this was a kung fu movie.
I was in high school, and I saw it in a high school film class.
Oh, interesting. And then he follows that with the Hulk.
Oh, I forgot that
was
was Ang Lee that made that movie. Yeah.
I think this is really funny.
I don't. It's just him throwing.
It's not him throwing him. It's him coming back down.
No, I know.
I like the sign says immortally yours.
He could have caught it. I don't get it.
It's funny.
If Tick character, who would you cosplay?
If I could,
yeah,
probably Batman. Well,
you think so?
Yeah,
I think you could pull off a good evil midnight bomber. What bombs at midnight?
Really?
Mm-hmm. Funny.
Maybe
he'd be a lot of fun.
You know, you could be the Tick, and I could be the Tick.
See, yeah, the problem is I'm too tiny. As we talked about earlier, I'm 5'6", and I was the smallest spawn ever.
As we revealed, big reveal for the channel.
Big reveals tonight. Cap's 5'6".
Eric doesn't like hot dogs.
Sold my spawn collection. What else? I feel like there's other things. Tick Wiki.
I only own comic books.
You only you don't own anything that's not comic books. Mm-hmm. Try another one. I own no pets.
I own a cat. He's in Florida.
Oh, that's sad. I'm allergic to cats.
Sad. I know. That's why I didn't bring him.
I'm very allergic to cats. The cats in 3D movies.
You're not allergic to 3D movies.
No, I am. I learned until he's cap is short. Confirmed. I love the word confirmed on the internet. It cracks me up.
You know what word I really like that I don't use nearly.
Aaron James, well done. He's gonna make gravy without the lumps. Sorry, what?
You know what word I really like that I don't feel like I use enough? Outstanding.
Outstanding.
I really like outstanding.
Oh yeah, good call. Also, Eric likes and Cap dislikes Jingle All the Way. These are fun. We should do more of these. So
I think this is funny too. I know it's really just broad physical comedy. I think it's funny.
It's still really sitcom-y to me for some reason. I don't know why.
What sitcom does this happen?
I'm not saying there's a specific sitcom. I just mean like it's
maybe Weekend at Bernie's.
It's because it's the dictionary definition. It's a situational comedy.
Sure.
And it's it seems like an obvious situation in a weird way. I don't know. I can't explain it.
And this joke is really weird for this character.
And I think I think the reason I didn't like it in the first time. Yeah, I don't.
He sells it, but it's.
But why is he saying that?
Yeah.
Is that a callback to some movie I never saw? Is
I
that
have
what it is?
no idea.
Because it needs to come from a.
If it is, I also haven't seen it.
And a guy, now again, selective memory, but a guy who the first time he sees a TV calls it the talking box shouldn't make a lot of movie references.
Yeah.
Selective memory, so maybe it's okay. I don't know. There are no rules. There are no rules. Here's the thing. I'm somewhat unfair about this with the whole it's too sitcom thing as well. It's a sitcom. And I've had a hard time getting away from this because of my feelings from it the first time I saw it, which was, oh, I didn't know this was a sitcom. And this was the second episode I saw.
It was 15 years ago. Let it go.
You know what? There's nothing stopping me from slapping you again.
I mean, that's the space between us.
Oh, that's not going to stop me. Oh, no, you're going down. Now, I do really like the idea that Arthur's like, oh, wait, the superhero thing is not going to work because even the immortal can die.
It's just, the 6th episode in a row where he's struggling with wanting to be a superhero.
No, I know, but
it's not as bad in this episode.
Well, and also, it's the second or third episode. Like,
well, I've never seen it that way.
Oh, I know, and I don't know if because they had to have all been made at the same time. I mean, they had to have all probably been made before they started putting them out. There's only 9 of them.
That's brand
Dope
new.
Channel says he has a monthly Eric slap budget now.
This is a monthly thing. I didn't agree to that.
Another $5 for another slap. I'm not going to keep slapping Eric. He's my friend. And I have to get along with him because he lives in there. Right back there. Behind that wall.
We pull down this poster. There's a wall behind it.
This isn't revealed because we've talked about this.
Poster.
But that's the but that's the old spawn room. He lives in the spawn room. This is another great joke. This episode is filled with great jokes. Yeah, manual here. This is the best of the.
Well, this isn't where we do that joke.
No, we do it a little bit later, don't we?
Yeah.
But
I think it's the same 2 cops.
One of the better of the deadpan cop jokes. Well, and we do that in the animated series too, where every time we see cops, it's the same 2 cops. Greg Peck, Eric lives in Cap's bat cave. Eric is a bat. Confirmed. Sure, bat. Confirmed it.
I feel like he should be someone, right? The immortal. Like he should be
an
like a character actor. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody I know.
I'm sure somebody knows him from something.
Probably in a sitcom I didn't watch. He seems like he's likely a sitcom actor, but
he's probably regular on the Jeffersons.
I don't know.
Watch that. He's probably on that.
I didn't watch that much either. But you know what? The couple times I did, I always thought it was really funny, and I just never watched it. Imagine Eric tunneling into his quarters through the wall behind the poster, like in Shawshank Redemption. That's not me. That's that Dope Channel.
No, I saw you lean forward to read it.
I'm telling the audience.
Oh, okay.
In case they weren't watching me subtly lean in and read a thing. Yeah. I really like this girl. She's a lot of fun. I like the idea that she's just back there drawing him because she thinks he's cool, and then she hands him the picture.
Yeah.
And that she doesn't just like him for his costume.
Does she talk at all, or is she a mute?
No, she never says anything.
So she might be like,
Oh, no, she says hi.
Oh, never mind. Also, I said mute as like that's not how you say that, but...
Like a deaf?
Yeah.
A blind? A blind.
You didn't tell me before I came to your house you got all these blinds here.
So this is another thing I wouldn't usually comment on, but it's the show, I can't help it. That is a intentionally preposterous codpiece. I never noticed that before. They intentionally made that ridiculous.
There's a joke about
Why is
that
everybody yelling?
with Batman Forever or Batman Robin, I think.
Yeah.
Movie, but like behind the scenes. That's really forward.
Yeah. That she would just immediately kiss him like that. I guess she's just been watching him for a long time.
She's a stalker.
I like the music.
She might be this universe's version of Midnight Bomber, What Bombs at Midnight?
Classic Tick. Oh, I love that. And she says to me, she says, because naturally, if it's a woman, the person who set her up to be that must also be a woman, naturally. I said naturally twice. Have you ever stolen things from a hotel room? That is apparently a thing people do that I've never done.
I don't think so.
Channel just, I'm the goddamn cat man.
So this is the only time we see him without some kind of mask.
Also from Dope Channel, has anyone from this series commented on the new Amazon show? Nobody beyond Patrick Warburton that I know of, and of course he's a producer on that show, and he was originally supposed to be the lead, and then he got in some other show that has already been canceled, so he totally could have been in it. But I'm really glad it was Sarah Finowitz.
Do you think maybe they,
at this point,
they don't know what that show is when they first start making it? Or I mean, when they first announce it, it's oh yeah, we're bringing back Patrick Warburton, and we're doing. Do you think maybe they don't know what that show is yet?
I think that's very likely, because it's weird they don't tell us anything else beyond Warburton. Because it was hard not to think initially, oh, it's just an extension of that old show. I hope they can get everybody back. There's no way they could get everybody back, except that it could be in a like off-season shot show, where like maybe you could get Nestor Carbonell back, who is, by the way, a guy who is not aged like a day.
No. Yeah.
It's insane. And he plays in Immortal, somewhat ironically looking at this show, or coincidentally, I suppose. He plays in a mortal character in Lost, and then he hardly ever ages.
It's okay, because he looks like he's got eye makeup on, so that's the trade-off for that.
I can't believe we've gone this far without me questioning this, but if Eric can hear the show, why is Cap wearing headphones? Eric's also wearing, he's just wearing earbuds. That would be the reason. That's just nature's way of saying, try again. I love the way he delivers that line. For some reason, that's one of the more memorable line deliveries in the show, where he just goes. And I like the shot behind his head.
Yeah.
I also like that is kind of like the way the Tick is introduced to the city. Which is why I want it to be earlier.
Yeah.
Because that's how it plays if you watch it in that order. Because no one knows who this guy is, and then like generals and people are there. So like it's the Immortal, so like everybody's there.
What doesn't Sarah like about this episode? I feel like she would like all the death stuff, right?
It might just be the sexual humor. And I think it's just the body
oh yeah.
whole thing is not funny to her. Like, and it's not funny to me either. Yeah. I can't exactly put, a pin in it. I mean, I would put a finger on it, but yeah, I think that's just a device that didn't play.
Maybe you just became immune to all of that, given your previous work history.
Because I used to work in a mortuary.
I didn't know that was a thing on the channel, so
absolutely. No, I talked about it. No problem. Yeah, sure.
Maybe another reveal.
I haven't done that in 8 years. Yeah. I loved that job. I lived and worked at a mortuary.
It comes up more often than you would think.
Well, anytime there's a mortuary in something, and I mean, I think about it.
In Reanimator, there's a point where there's a dead body and its arm is hanging off the gurney, and the guy picks it up and moves it to so that he can get by. And Cap just goes, "I've done that."
I have done that. Okay, so we're just about to watch the next episode. This one is
Tick versus Justice.
Thank you. The Tick versus Justice. I always forget the name of that. I always think Justice is in it, and then it is, and then I'm like, oh, it's that simple. For whatever reason, I don't know the episode titles as well on this show, even though there's only 9 of them. I always forget the Terror is just called The Terror. Why couldn't we just?
I'm looking at the.
Why couldn't we just call it the Tick versus stuff? Why can't we still do that anyway? I don't know why this stream is listed in the educational category. I did not do that on purpose, but Greg Peck says, is it for learning how tall Cap is. Okay, so we've got
You're learning quite a bit tonight.
We sure are. We've got just 2 more episodes left for you folks. Thanks for sticking with us. It's been a lot of fun. And thanks again for watching. Later on, if you watch this after the fact, we are watching the Patrick Warburton Tick series. We've got, like I said, just 2 episodes left. So this is my tied favorite episode. And I'm very excited to watch it.
That's interesting. They're back to back on the DVD release. Oh, no.
No,
wait, this is your tie? I thought the champion was your...
This is the champion.
No, this is.
Oh no, that's right, and that's why I was because I mixed up those. Yes, of course. I'm sorry. Yes, I like this one.
I think
it's
this one
probably
might be my tie.
It's probably 3rd or 4th.
Couples.
Yeah. Yes. Excuse me. Anyway, I'm an idiot. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get into the Tick versus Justice. This is the Destroyer episode, and everybody get it to timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say when. Eric, do you have any profound statements to make before we begin?
Do you think the Tick talking about death is that the most? Is that the thing that's gone from this show the most? Like, is that the thing people quote the most? Is the Tick talking about death from the past episode?
That and just lines that get repeated in other things a lot. And the like Destiny has her hand on your back and she's pushing, and because we get a lot of repeated lines in the new show from the pilot of this show.
Yeah.
But yes, I think that's probably one of the big things. I think for some reason that's the episode. That's one of the episodes people remember.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
Not sure how profound that was. Yes.
Yeah, and it was a question before it was a statement, but
no matter where you go, there you are.
That's true. Yeah. So again, really our only like 3rd villain, like in the show. I like his costume a lot.
So when I first saw this, or maybe it's later, I thought he might be the actor that played Londo, and he's not. But I thought he might have been. Londo from Babylon 5.
Yeah.
No, I meant for the viewers.
Tall.
Yeah.
Is part of it. I mean, they could have gotten him off the ground in a lot of different ways if they'd wanted to. I can see why you'd think that for a minute, but they definitely kind of have different FX. He's got a really funny Russian accent. It doesn't really sound Russian.
Well, and it's like it. All of his lines have to be overdubbed somewhat because it's distorted.
It's not distorted.
It's
not. I never got that from it. I don't think they're doing any doctoring to it at all.
It's kind of, I don't know, like there's like an echo.
You think it's metallic-y? I never thought that. And he's not talking. He's got nothing in front of his face, so
no,
why would it sound like that?
I don't know. That's how it sounds to me.
Okay. I like all the commentary about the justice system in this episode. It's really fun. I would have expected more of this kind of stuff, more satirical stuff from the show as it moved along. This is the kind of stuff you really want to do with a more adult Tick show that you wouldn't do as much with a cartoon that's meant for kids.
Yeah,
and they did some of that in the cartoon, and they certainly went to a lot of really smart satirical places in that show that kids would not get, but it's funny anyway. In other ways, it's layered. But instead of just, okay, it's an adult show so we can do sex jokes and stuff, this kind of stuff too. And I really like the idea of the Tick being naive and altruistic enough to assume that the system is for justice and not out for itself. And that he's never had to deal with this before, or doesn't remember. Again, selective memory.
Judge him and find him funny.
I charge him.
I love this whole thing with Batman Well. I could say that every time Batman Well's on the screen, but
yeah. Yeah, and I think the structure for this episode works pretty well because the whole thing's not flashback.
Earlier, Kat picked me up from work, and he took up 2 spaces.
I did, but for like 3 seconds.
And
I just
closed.
I pulled in wrong. Nobody was in that parking lot. I didn't feel it. That would have been dumb, right? If I like fixed the car, put it back in, and then you're like walking out going, communist. What are you doing? Squishy 12. I never noticed the really generic samba music he has playing when his car gets turned on.
I like that he immediately runs out saying, "This is not my phone."
That's great. Could be the stench of unfathomable evil. And this is where they find anthrax in his trunk.
Isn't there like a mini nuke in there too?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And the very large rope. This is Sarah. This is one of Sarah's favorite episodes.
It's no longer this admissible as evidence. What are you talking about? It's
right there! Oh! What's that?
He calls him little flittermouse.
Oh, yeah, cool. See, that's just a word. You use it.
I really like this episode. I really don't like the resolution.
Yeah?
Yeah, the dance, Fat Boy dance.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Do they think it's funny just because it's not PC? Like,
I don't know.
I mean, I'm kind of of two minds about it because I kind of like that he has, like, it's absurd, but I kind of like that he has like a background that gets him to where he is.
I think it's too easy. He just holds up shoes and goes.
And
like he made a huge mock up.
Yeah, and he's acting like this trial somehow rather has like you're not in traffic court. What are you doing? It's 3:45 a.m. here. Thanks everybody for sticking with us if you're still here.
Rest my cape.
It doesn't have anything to do with you.
See, look, he's eyeing her up.
He's checking out the attorney there. He doesn't have the round Klingon.
No, he doesn't.
See, from now on, whenever we
or
see
the lesser Bjorn.
He has generic squirt or no, he's got actual Sunkist. That's a plug for Sunkist.
Yeah.
We don't do a lot of product placement in this show, and that's real central. So it's hard not to.
Well, but it's also tilted so it's not right at us.
It moved between shots where it was changed on the bottle, and now we see it.
Yeah,
we see all sides of it. Yeah, that's great.
That's not drink soda.
Yeah, it's not squirt. It's Sunkist. I'm an idiot. Orange drink. Okay, I know it was dumb. Okay, you do this for 4 hours.
They're here.
Oh, yeah, but they're not having to talk to an audience. And anyway, that was silly.
Why is he the only one we're ever responding to? Let's talk about some of the other people here.
Generic Squirt is a fantastic brand name. I also like this as the definition of how the Tick sees right and wrong and how black and white it is.
Well, it's also a problem that you just have to not think about in superhero comics. Like how many Spider-Man stories just have him drop off the villains dangling off, a lamppost.
Yeah, and it is more complicated than that.
Yeah.
And it's an admittedly flawed system because there's no such thing as a perfect one. So even if we're all, playing it right and not looking for loopholes and stuff, like we're going to make mistakes. People are going to get off that we know probably did it because we don't have enough evidence, because we can't convict them, because you're innocent until proven guilty. And there's an argument to be made that, well, it's not justice if people get off, but then most people would agree that you should be proven guilty.
Mm-hmm. Beyond a reasonable doubt.
And I think this is the episode where there's the most actual substance of stuff to talk about. Like, it's the most thought-provoking episode of the series.
Unfortunately, it's 3:45.
No, that's absolutely true. But we're doing the best we can.
Remind me to ask Dan Torrey on Wednesday if.
Oh, okay.
Yourself as if you are your own counsel, if you can say things out loud to yourself and no one can say anything.
Yeah, I imagine that's not true, but it's hilarious that we would play that as a loophole. The very strong rope. That's what it is. I'd say vigilanteism.
Also, it was an accident.
What do you mean?
They accidentally hit his car and it opened.
Yeah, but then they fought him and they took his stuff.
But that's not why. You know what I mean? Because they're saying that they're taking all this materials away because they saw it without a warrant. But it was an accident. But this is really funny.
It was an accident that they saw it, but it wasn't an accident that they took matters into their own hands. I don't want to have to speak to you again either. We do a lot of like contempt of court stuff, and we play it for comedy a lot. This is one of my favorite versions of that, or my favorite examples of that. And his handcuffs are hilarious. Greg Peck, all that matters is taking matters into my own hands. Well done. Well played. Anybody like a supervillain like this that plays the system is, of course, a lot scarier.
Yeah.
So how you doing, Eric?
Doing good. Doing good. Good.
You realize that most of the people watching are not actually watching the show right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just an endurance trial.
We got to keep it going. Are you starting to regret doing this, Eric?
No.
In a fight to the death between Eric and Steve, who would win?
I think I could take Steve. I'm taller than Steve.
I think Steve is prepared for everything.
Yeah.
And that he would win for the same reason Batman wins. He's Steve.
Well, is it like staring at fisticuffs? Like, I think I could beat Steve.
Can we make sure that he doesn't have anything on his person? Like,
yeah.
Then you could probably beat Steve. And Steve has to be short, right? Like, I don't know how tall he is. Steve can't be much taller than I am.
Yeah, no.
I wouldn't think.
I think I got reach on him.
Well, we don't usually do the who would win in a fight question, but, you know, when it's real people, it's kind of more fun for some reason. How many of you would like to bet not even Cap and Eric are really watching the show right now? Well, then we would be intentionally, randomly laughing and responding to things. And the quoting, like, this would be really impressive if somehow or other we were not watching the show right now. Steve is 5'6" confirmed. That is not confirmed. I did not know how tall Steve. I could be taller than Steve. I don't know.
No, I think maybe he's confirming it.
No. He's just saying confirmed because that's what we do on the internet. See.
Well, for confirming things, it's 5'2". Steve's 5'2", confirmed.
Confirmed. Steve likely has a knife in his arm.
That's
like that guy from Arrow who gave Bronze Tiger those knives. Oh, I forgot all about that. You remember that?
No.
You're that guy in the
pokey, as it
were?
Yeah.
Who just gives him the... Yeah.
No, Steve has a robot arm. With a big red star on it.
So this guy's full of... never mind. Oh, yeah, what else have I seen him in? Was he in an X-Files or something?
Probably. He's in a lot of things.
Son, you've got a snake on your face. This is another one of those episodes where a lot of what Patrick Warburton says is funnier because of his delivery.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, that's true of a lot of Tick lines with all of the actors that have played the Tick. I just love that I can say all now. We've got 3 of them. We got an all now. I fought the system, and the system won. My wife does a perfect Patrick Warburton impression, and it bothers me.
You told me that, and I've never heard it.
Yeah. Steve hates Arrow, confirmed. That's true.
Well, that can't be confirmed.
Well, not yet. I'm doing. He's busy. He hasn't been able to make them.
Yeah. I know what I'm saying is.
You said the Arrow video, yeah, like we haven't been getting them out. Like,
well, no, he hasn't done one yet.
Yeah, that's not what you said, though.
Well, I'm sorry.
I was just saying the way you phrased it, it was inaccurate. I'm the Prince of the Night after all, or whatever. I love that. It reminds me of Alone Together, where Arthur's trying to be Deflator Mouse's sidekick, and they're on top of a roof, and and he won't let him go chase after the criminal, and the cops show up, and he goes, "They went that way." I'm gonna finish this at some point. I've been nursing this since we started.
Yeah, you have. That's what he tells you. That's
Just had to.
That's his
no, it's not. Would you stop that? What he'd have you believe is that I've been pretending to drink this, where I really have an IV with a bunch more of it. It doesn't matter that it's pumpkin. I can't taste it. His videos get weirder the later. Oh, Arthur's sleeping, so he's probably gonna have a blue glow light that starts talking to him.
So do you think this ninja is one of the ninjas from the comics?
Oh yeah, is he one of the million zillion ninja? I forgot we actually have one ninja in a tick screen thing.
Yeah.
Who's dead now, but that's neither here nor there. Ninjas don't bounce. It's great. Well written.
Yeah.
It's very funny. Yeah, million zillion ninjas. I really hope in the second. Oh, now she's talking about Steve in the armed forces. I mean, Steve was in the military. I don't
too much exposure to Agent Orange.
I don't think Steve was in the armed forces, but I don't really know what he was doing.
So that joke is really funny because Agent Orange makes you agitated.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, well, it kills you. But a symptom of Agent Orange before it kills you is that it makes you really irritable.
But I thought death only happened to dead people.
Oh yeah.
Oh. This whole thing where they think they're related, they're relating things to each other. Because this is probably exactly the kind of person the Tick would be trying to take in.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an endurance test now. I have to save my favorite episode for the end. It's not nearly as much fun to talk about as it would have been at the beginning. No, it'll be great. It took the words right out of my mouth. Me. That's another one of those kind of lines. I don't know what I would cosplay. Because I can't be the Tick. I could kind of pull off Arthur, but I don't know if I want to do Arthur. I think Chainsaw Vigilante would be fun.
Yeah. So this is the thing that Cap and I quote to each other a bunch.
You're wanty.
Not even so much quote, we just refer to wanty.
Mostly we just call each other that because we don't get along at all.
Yeah. Sitcom over here.
Yeah.
We're both
He's
unlikable people that can't get along because
are always hiding things from each other, and even though that never works out and always makes things worse, we keep doing it anyway, and we're always dropping dead bodies off the roofs, and
I mean that when we do together.
Mm-hmm. I throw it. You try to catch it.
Got angry that I did without waiting for him.
Well, it's like our thing.
Hello, is that what you say before killing somebody? Hello.
And what's funny and kind of unfortunate is that I don't know that Nestor Carbonell's ever done a comedic role after this.
Yeah, no.
If he has, I haven't seen him in anything. He's always been pretty. But you know, it's kind of a cliche now that a lot of comedians make the best serious actors because comedy's harder. And that Nestor Carbonell seems to be one of the actors that proves that rule.
Well, I've never heard the Captain Liberty actress talk about this show, and she goes on and she's on like some kind of procedural cop show.
Oh, okay. I've never seen her.
But I haven't seen her, but I think when I first find this show, like I'm looking at what everyone's doing now, and she was in some kind of cop show. But Esther Carbonell's talked about this show.
Yeah.
We would come back and do something else in the new show.
Like a guest star role.
Yeah.
I would love that. That'd be great. And it'd be cool to see her come in and do it too, because she could do a serious role in that show, or serious for that show.
I was just saying, like, I haven't heard her talk about this show, so I don't know if she also.
But he'd jump at it.
Yeah.
Those producers again, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, it's the same group of people making that show that made this, which is really cool because it's so different.
Mm-hmm.
Have any of you seen the scene from that Ricky Gervais show where Liam Neeson tries to flex his comedic side? I don't know. I don't know what that.
What Ricky Gervais show is that?
I don't know. Greg Peck, I changed my mind. I'm getting another sandwich.
I wonder if that's the one.
You have a sandwich, sir.
Ricky
no
Gervais
one's judging you.
Has a show on Netflix, and I've tried to watch it, and I like Ricky Gervais. He has the best line in Night at the Museum.
I'm not the only person that said this. I will say I didn't get this from anybody else. I said this before I saw other people say it.
Mm-hmm.
But really want to see Patrick Warburton come in and play Barry Hubris.
Well, you said it on the video before people started saying it.
Yeah, so I don't know. People might have gotten that from me, but I'm just saying, like, I've seen other people say it.
Well, but I mean, they said it to you.
To me, yeah, that's true. Maybe I've only seen that in comments of our videos. Anyway, that's a thing that I think really should happen. That would be such a coup. And since he's a producer on that show, he should get to guest star at some point.
Yeah.
I hope his name's not just on it. I hope he actually influence on that show.
Yeah.
So we're getting that ending that you don't care for.
It's not even this. It is just the dance, fat boy dance, and then like that's it. He's like, oh no, there's no anything.
It's like, how does that ended?
Yeah, like I almost like need the tick to show up and like punch him in the face or something. Like it's just.
Well, doesn't he? Isn't that what happens?
I think so. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I think that's how that's what happens.
I just don't think this is funny. I don't know.
I think it's supposed to be like disturbing funny, but it doesn't really work. And I have this weird thing sometimes with child actors where like I hate that they had to like go find an overweight kid to do that, and
I guess he does find
it. This doesn't work. No. Yeah, because the idea is he like provokes him.
I must just not like the line dance, fat boy dance.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, because the sitcom we don't get the punch. Justice.
Yeah, and so then he just kind of outs himself as. But that still wouldn't put him away for the crime he committed, right? Yeah. Like they don't have evidence for that.
Well, but he immediately on the stand tried to murder someone. That immediately convicts him for attempted murder.
That's true.
If something goes down in a courtroom, can it be tried on then? Is it like immediately like could the judge rule? Well, you just tried to kill that guy. I saw it.
That could be a different case. There would still be, but there probably wouldn't be a trial. Like it wouldn't go to trial. It just, well, all these people were there. We have a lot of witnesses. We have another jury that's not the jury for this thing. Anyway, all right, folks, we're finished with this episode. We got one more left. We've almost watched the entire Patrick Warburton Tick series in a night. I am still nearly coherent. I'm nigh coherent. It's exciting. Sure. And Eric is maintaining his coherence by saying as little as humanly possible. We are, for you. Well,
I mean, this is a thing that you know better than me.
For you. Yeah, that's true. But like, during episodes, you know better than I do, which is helpful. Because I didn't know him that well. Okay, everybody. And now we're going to go on to my tied favorite episode.
It's my favorite episode.
It's great because we get to bookend it that way. And, oh boy, this episode is so funny. And I like nearly everything about this one, except for the Captain Liberty stuff, which seems to be standard. really, with this show. Yeah.
I don't like that picture of Patrick Warburton. The one on the screen.
The one where he's like,
yeah, just
doing that.
Yeah, he looks. Yeah. His face is really weird looking there. I wouldn't have picked that for my DVD.
Your face is kind of.
Dance, fat boy, dance.
I know. I need to lose some weight. I know. All right. The other day, somebody commented on my looking a little bit a little bit out of shape on a video, and I was like, yeah, that wasn't the most flattering angle. I could have done better with that angle. Okay, so we're gonna go on now. Let's see if I can get through the next half hour to the big leagues, and make sure to rig up your DVD if you're watching it along with us. Get it to timestamp 0, and everybody press play. Right now.
It'll be really funny, but also awful. Is if someone made us marathon the extended cuts to the Lord of the Rings films?
No, don't say these things out loud, because then that'll become a thing people will consider. Kids, how could we possibly put together like 9 hours at one time that the two of us could both be here?
I don't know. You could trade out. You could tap out.
So we're about to get to my favorite line in the whole series. In the last million years, did you ever think we would be invited to be in the league? In the last million years. Twice. Have you ever gotten something... Have you ever gotten a letter in the mail that was made of glass?
No.
I've never gotten that either. I love that it's not just engraved.
Knowing how male people take care of things,
you wouldn't want to do
can't
that.
Get a letter in the mail.
Plastic, but if it's made of glass, it would need to be wrapped in...
Maybe it's space titanium.
Because we know that they have that. Well, we know that they have like spaceships and things, and that they apparently deal with otherworldly threats. The League. They talk about that. Oh, yeah, the extended edition, that's closer to 11 hours. Stop putting ideas. Stop it! Ah! Twice. Yes! It's funny every time. The idea that you would that it would be such an important thing that you would get it in glass, or it would be a thing that you would like put on your mantle or something.
It's like it came
you get a base
framed.
for it. Yeah.
It is its own frame.
But yeah, I mean, like, in the mail, you would have to put that in bubble wrap and newspaper and everything. That dope channel has this obsession with me slapping you.
A $5 obsession.
One of the... monthly. Ah, you think sleep deprivation is your ally. I was born in it.
I didn't see you resting well until I was but a man, and by then it was bright.
He wrote, by then it was a waste of time. But I feel like you always have to say blinding for some reason. I think it's so much funnier.
It's way funnier.
So this is one of those kind of, again, typical cheap gags that actually works better for me than some of the other ones they do. Where, like, you know, they ruin a thing and then they have to pretend like it's fine.
This is a typical sitcom joke.
It is, but I like it.
Yeah, I like
in this particular case. I know I'm complaining that a sitcom is a sitcom. I'm admitting that's stupid, but again, it should have been clearer from the pilot what this show was.
It's been 15 years. You know what this show is now.
And I always thought that the champion looked like he should be on the front of a cereal box. Generic. That's a great joke.
Yeah.
The tick is stronger than him and hurts his hand just
significantly
like
stronger than him.
It's great. He is probably loosely not adapted from, but we were probably thinking a little bit when we did him, unless it's just because I mean, doing a like leader like Superman-esque character obviously is a thing that you'd be likely to do anything like this, but we might have been thinking about Clark Oppenheimer a little bit.
Yeah.
Just in that he is the guy or he's the closest thing to that, right? Even if they weren't thinking of him, where he is the guy that puts on the glasses and
yeah,
Cream is white. That's so funny. And that's one of those racial jokes that I actually think is really funny and really plays.
Yeah.
We got the Bane jokes rolling now. Dark Knight Trilogy Marathon might not be a horrible idea, but it would be long.
It would be long. And it'd be fine if we were out of it for that third one. Am I right? Am I right? I'm talking.
Now it's not the time for that joke. That comes later.
Oh, there'd be no escaping that voice for that entire commentary.
No, it'd be really hard to do. And of course, it'd be the obvious thing, and a million people have done that. No, I would just do Zorak for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Bane.
Seven figures.
I'm just trying not to say codpiece again, but
Nipple.
Look how long that table is. Can you pass the salt? Even got the kind of Superman curl.
Yeah. He's not really like Clark Oppenheimer at all, but he's clearly also a Superman.
Yeah. So that's why I was they might have been thinking of him, but even if they weren't, it's like the closest thing you get.
Mm-hmm.
They did do him in the pilot of the Tick and of the cartoon show, and then you never get him again. But you guys, 89 Batman, we've done that so many times with different things. Like Eric has been on one of the commentaries we've done on that,
mm-hmm.
and he doesn't even like that movie very much.
It's all right.
He's wrong. It's great.
Try the second best of the four.
Brother Antilles, Cap's really loud. His neighbors must be so confused.
So this is a joke that's really funny.
Where they can't...
Just the idea that they're like a secret cult that requires paddling.
Yeah,
I think that's really funny.
They just become group. It's just a fraternity.
Yeah.
Which is great because it's pointless. And I like that the whole group is pointless and they don't actually do anything.
Mm.
I mean, they've apparently stopped some, otherworldly things, but I don't know for sure if they really have either. Because they say, like, all the other threats are beneath us, but then you wonder, have we ever really dealt with aliens?
No, I think they have. Just the way everyone else talks about them. Because it's not just they talk about them that way. Captain Liberty and Batman talk about them as...
But maybe it's been a long time.
They're the big leagues.
Yeah. And they excluded Fruity. I love that. The story of love. There's some great improv going on in that. Close enough.
It's interesting. They don't have a bias against sidekicks.
Interesting, yeah. Well, because the joke is supposed to be they only want white men. And the Cream is white.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's true. The Cream is white. There's no arguing with that. I love that joke. That guy's wearing 3D glasses.
Oh, was he? I missed that.
Mm-hmm. So, anyway.
We're just watching this because it's a funny episode and
It's a good episode.
kind of enjoying it. And
I like that they're walking funny.
I don't think Eric is here anymore. It doesn't help yourself, right? Like, we're heroes in the animated ticket series. How many fingers am I holding up? Oh, looks like 9. Sight, old friend, you haven't failed me yet. We should get Geekvolution decoder ring, or not decoder rings, like
Dakota rings?
flashy rings that like communicator rings.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be cool if somebody designed us each like a symbol and we had like Green Lantern rings that each had our symbol on them.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be cool.
I wonder what our symbols would look like. Like, how would we design them?
Well, yours would probably be real easy because it just you have
Just
to do
a
like a
C.
CL logo.
A CL, yeah. Mm-hmm. That'd be good.
And because of how the lantern symbols are
Yours
shaped,
would be
they're
a
already
cigarette. And then
that'd be cool. Steve's would be a book.
Steve's would, yeah, or the scales of justice or something.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be Dan's.
Yeah.
That'd be good. And here's the funniest scene in the episode. This is a joke that never gets old. I saw this recently in another thing where it didn't play as well. See, I mean, I'm sure
I
I've
was
seen
there
this
with
somewhere.
you whatever
What
it
was
is.
it? And we were like, oh, it's just that joke in the tick. Can you remember what it was?
Mystery Men kind of does it first, but it's not exactly the same. Oh man, I'm trying to think.
And it was something we didn't think overall was that good. Right?
Yeah.
Like, wasn't it something we just weren't even really digging on?
No.
Did you figure it out?
Yeah, it's the Batman. It's the College Humor Batman.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And we like
right.
those quite a bit.
No, we do like those quite a bit. It's
And that's
just,
a really good one. That's got one of my favorite.
true.
It
It's
starts
just
with an H.
like it's not the symbol for hope. It starts with an H. Keys, fun for babies, not for Batman.
We've been saying that a lot lately, but not always keys.
It doesn't stop being funny. Yeah, no, we just make it all kinds of other things.
Babies, fun for babies, not for Batman.
Oh, we're doing the thing with another elevator where we do lights behind it.
yeah.
This one's cool because it goes from the top around the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. I love this gag a lot. They just start singing memories. Memories. I don't know why elevator humor can be really funny, right? Like,
Yeah. You can also not play, but
yeah, but weirdly, it's one of the only things that really worked in the 2014 Turtles movie. It works pretty well in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the guy's like nice Spidey outfit. He's like I made it.
I don't like the rides up in the crotch line.
No, I didn't like that.
And
It's like it goes on too long.
well, and I haven't watched the trailer in years, but I remember thinking whatever the line is instead of that in the trailer was funnier.
Oh, there's a different line in the trailer for
Yeah.
that scene?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that. But I wasn't paying as much attention to trailers back then. Connor says we don't look tired at all. Connor.
Do I not?
Oh, and thanks for coming back. Hi,
Do
Connor.
I not?
No, you look possessed and like we need an exorcist. The power of Patty compels you.
Is she using a bowling pin? What is that?
It's
Oh, is it a missile of some kind or torpedo?
that's cool if that's what it is. So I guess the champion flies. We've had other superheroes in this that don't have capes, including Crap Man.
Well, we don't know if he can fly. We don't know what his powers are. We don't know what his name is.
There's no way that guy has powers. That he does anything but drink all day long. But maybe
Maybe he's in
at some point.
retirement.
No, that's true. That's Return to Captain Invincible stuff.
I wouldn't know.
Oh, you guys are going mad. It's awesome. Thanks! We're masochists. Enjoy our. I'm more masochist than him. He didn't just spawn here.
I just got off of work before coming here.
That's true. Well, that and we watched 2 episodes of a show that's decisively different from this one.
Yeah,
we had to get ourselves into an entirely different mindset.
It's true. We got ourselves to that mindset. We were too tired to talk.
We watched 2 episodes of Nick Cage, Luke Cage.
You know that is actually why his name is Nick Cage.
You told me that.
Okay, I didn't know.
Recently.
It's also funny.
And I also knew that already. I think
it's also funny because he picked that name because he thought it was kind of innocuous. Johnny Cage in Mortal Kombat, Johnny Cage, because they thought that was the most generic movie star name they could think of.
That's hilarious. And now it's just everywhere. I want either a cool roof on my house that I can go up to like at night and just hang out, or build a roof set.
Girl has the exact same costume as the sidekick from the Sidekicks episode.
Highness bed. I love that line.
That her? That's the same costume we had on the guy in the Sidekicks.
And I think the black guy in the red might be one of those sidekicks with that same costume, or maybe it's a really similar costume and it's not the same thing.
Well, he might be the same actor, and they might have. Yeah,
but
he looks like he's the same actor.
Exactly the same.
She is wearing his costume.
Well, but I thought he was wearing his costume.
No, that's if we're talking about the same guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the costume. Yeah, that's the same guy. That's the costume he was wearing. Over here, it's just like a black jacket.
Thing with like a. I think it's the same outfit. Maybe not.
I think the guy's helmet.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a buzzsaw. Oh, and it has an arrow pointing down. I don't know what that whole thing is, but it's hilarious. This is one of Sarah's favorite lines. This whole thing about have you been to Mars? It's too red. It's a red and dusty planet.
I think the guy right behind Arthur is wearing the costume that we used for Mermaid Boy or whatever.
Fish Boy Last Prince of
Venice. I think it's the same costume with a cape. I might be wrong.
Weird.
I mean, why wouldn't you reuse costumes when you're doing so many costumes in one episode?
Because you want some sort of a sense of continuity, and because those are supposed to be superheroes that are out doing things.
Sure.
That'd be a reason. So, folks, if for some reason you're just joining us now, we're getting close to the end here. We're down to the wire. We've got about 6 episodes left, or 6 minutes left of this last episode.
And that guy's costume looks like Feedback.
Oh, he does look like Feedback. You're right. I'm going to do those at some point on Superhero Rewind. That's a thing I'd like to do a lot. We're talking
doesn't know what we're talking about.
Who Wants to Be a Superhero?
Feedback was
reality show from 2006, 2007 with Stan Lee.
Oh, he got hit in the face with that ring.
Yeah. Now let's watch and see if it's the same shot twice when he gets hit again, because I think he gets hit again. He just walks off. Tape is good. You wouldn't have thought of that. But,
it's funny because that's like an inherently like DC idea. Like we think of DC as like Justice League would have like this code of conduct kind of a thing or whatever the charter, but the Avengers have a charter. And they do have bylaws, which is why I think it's funny in one of the Avengers where they say something's not against the bylaws.
Michael Storm, I'm with you. We probably don't have anybody joining right now, except, there's, of course, different time zones, but also Connor just came back. So that I'd tell people where we were. I like that he looks really built.
Yeah.
Like wearing a suit. The champion. Steve Filburn. I kind of like that they didn't go for
Yeah,
some kind of a
sick for once.
Clark Kent analog.
Yeah.
They just made up something. That's Steve. Did you know that Steve was the champion?
I always suspected.
Yeah. Steve takes his glasses off. You can't tell he's Steve.
Doesn't make any sense. He wouldn't be able to see where he's going. Why would he take his glasses off?
Ever. Why would he do? Why would we do that?
I don't.
We never take our glasses off.
Only when I close my eyes to go to sleep.
Could give like the ultimate information about ourselves that nobody knows, which is what we look like without glasses, but we're not going to do that.
I took my glasses off earlier to wipe them.
No, I'm totally kidding. I used to wear contacts, but only for a couple years in high school.
I wore contacts for about a year.
I did them real hard, and I wasn't able to keep wearing them. It's a good gag when he gets hit with a something cup. So there's obviously also some commentary about the justice system in this episode as well.
Yeah.
He's controlling things on both ends. Like, I really like the idea that he is involved in law and takes advantage of it and then pretends to be a superhero. Like, I mean, he is a superhero, but he's, not actually heroic. But he's maybe still better. Okay, that is exposition that irritates me. Where,
Really?
because Batman has to say bankruptcy in case people don't know what Chapter 11 is and they don't like it. It was Chapter 11? Oh, bankruptcy. No, everyone knows what that is. And even if they're afraid people don't, then just say they declared bankruptcy. You don't have to say Chapter 11.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the closing jokes that actually works okay. I love that. 16 Fulmer the champion of the same person. How do we do it? Can I say the suit looks really good in the dark?
Yeah.
I'm somebody else too. Give me a hint. That one works. And then this is one of those extended scenes.
I
where they
love
just keep
the
hitting him.
antennae.
Oh, every time it hits one of the antennae flies. That's great. Notice that somehow. It becomes so much a part of the performance that it's easy to miss them, even though, like subconsciously, you know that it's funny. Like the comedy is playing. I just love how long they take. That's hilarious. I feel like we, as a collective, talk more about Steve Baxi the further along the night we get, says Greg Peck. So that's it, folks. We got all the way through the live-action Tick series. Yes, we did it. It is 4:30 in the morning here, and we have got to get going. But thanks, everybody, for being here. Hope you had a good time. We sure did. If you're watching this after the fact, we appreciate that as well. I will, down the road, probably do something else on this series. This was us doing an endurance test with a marathon of the show. So probably, not as complex and interesting of a discussion as we usually have with these commentaries. But I think we did all right, Eric. We got through it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just 'cause we started so late.
Oh yeah, but
this wouldn't be hard to watch through if we started at 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we were the crazy people that decided midnight was a good idea. So I hope you guys had fun. Thanks a lot for being here. And we will see you again with more videos coming very shortly here on Geekvolution. And join me and the Curious Low tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Central Time for a new comic book late night. We're going to talk about comics from this last week. And it's been a little while since we've got to do that for you. So we will chat it up.
9 weeks of comics.
About comics. Not 9. Probably pretty much just this week. We might do a smattering of a couple other things from weeks past. But anyway,
Jessica
thanks again,
Jones
folks.
last week. We should talk about that.
Jessica Jones, yeah, I should bring that up. And I haven't looked at my books yet, but I know it was kind of a smaller week last week.
Did you go get your books?
So. No, I still got to do that.
Oh,
but I'll get through it.
crunch time.
Yeah, that happens. Anyway, thanks again for being here, folks. We sure appreciate it. I am Captain Logan.
I'm Eric. No one thinks I'm your sidekick.